Hello again. Okay, my mic looks normal. I managed to fix my model, my other model, that was not talking for some reason. I don't know what happened. Whatever. I fixed it. I moved the sliders around a bunch and it worked. I don't know why I didn't want to do that earlier, but sure. And now I'm gonna play Genshin. Hello again. Yeah, I'm doing... Yesterday and today I'm doing 2 streams a day. In the morning I do art and like my work, basically. And in the afternoon, not the evening, because it's not even 2 p.m. In the afternoons I play Genshin. I'm a little late. I was supposed to start earlier, but I had work that I wanted to finish, and there was very little left from my actual job. There was very little left, and I thought I had the time to finish it, but then there were some technical problems, stuff that wasn't where it should be, and information that wasn't labeled correctly. So I'm just gonna wait for the others to fix it, and I'll see if there's stuff left to do later, and if not, oh well. But yes, today we're playing more Genshin. I'm so excited. Because yesterday we unlocked the Stormterror's lair area, including I think most, if not all, the teleportation points. And we did... is here. Yes, it's here. There's 3 of those to unlock basically the tower, remove the seals that were on it. And so now I can go back there and hopefully not fight the dragon right away, because I don't think I'm quite strong enough. And I can't like ascend anyone. Oh, I can ascend Ember actually. Well, famous last words. Still haven't slept.
As fast as riding the wind.
Oh, I wasn't expecting her to talk. Still haven't slept, but finally stopped drawing a few minutes ago. Oh wow. Well, it's still daytime. You're technically existing during daytime right now. Okay, we get a wish from that, which is very cool. Doesn't she have? No, she doesn't have all of them. Oh wow, I have so many. Okay, I was not expecting that. What set does she have? The adventurous one. That's this one, right? Yes. HP, HP. Okay. Well, that solves that. And for Lisa, what do you need to ascend, Lisa? 3 of these. Okay, I know where to get them. I just need to actually get them. 7 a.m. Insomnia is no fun. Yeah. That's something I don't have to deal with, which I'm very thankful for. But several of my friends have told me that it really sucks. 3 character to phase 1. Yes, that's 3 with Amber. Statue of the 7 in the lair. We've done that. There isn't that much left. This one is the artifact in the blossoms, which I'm gonna do after. So that's fine. Archon Quest Part 3. The thing is that it says Archon Quest Prologue. So I don't think the end is right now. But I'm hoping that it doesn't ask me to raise my adventure level even more. But it probably will. Pyro character to phase 1. Okay, and a bunch of things. And now we're going back up there. Oh! Confront Stormterror. Okay, well maybe we're actually fighting the dragon then.
I'm thinking about turning these adventures into songs after we're done.
Well, we certainly have gone through quite a lot recently.
Hopefully this song will be sung for years to come by the people of Mondstadt, just like the legend of Vanessa.
I have loved that song since I was small. How are you feeling today, Honorary Knight? I am completely prepared and fully confident that we can do this.
I'm very much not. But I know that the first time I was also very stressed out, and it wasn't as difficult as I expected once I got the mechanics. And since now I actually know how to play, I think it should be okay. Although a lot of the things that I was expecting to be much harder weren't. So I think my memories are very colored by just how much I was struggling with the controls of the game. I don't actually know anything about this game. Well, I've just started last week, and basically I'm a very beautiful, wonderful, amazing traveler named Atlas, and I'm doing everyone's jobs for them. I'm saving everyone everywhere, doing everything. And right now we're gonna fight a dragon. Because of course we're gonna fight the dragon instead of running away to another city, which would be reasonable to do. I'm completely prepared.
Even Master Diluc accompanied us to the very end. Despite only being an accidentally involved bystander.
Bystander? We did half the planning at his house.
You shared your secret with me, and I only returned your trust to the same extent.
We didn't share our secret though, I don't think. Because we didn't tell him about our sister. And like the fact that we have powers just because. Trust is what drove Diluc, responsibility is what drove Jean. What about Venti?
It's freedom.
Oh, of course.
Freedom?
Venti is the god of the animal power, which is the wind power.
When you first arrived at Mondstadt, did no one tell you that Mondstadt is the city of freedom?
Amber did.
She really is a child of freedom. Mondstadt is a romantic city without the reign of a king, and its citizens enjoy the most freedom amongst the 7 nations.
That is true.
I hope the dragon that once protected Mondstadt will soon be free too. No one should have deceived him by telling him that Mondstadt betrayed him. And no one should have told him that it was his eternal duty to protect the city. He has the right and freedom to choose his own way of life.
Venti?
Well then, traveler, may the thousands of years of wind that have blown through Mondstadt go with you.
Oh, that's nice actually. So that's my traveler, Atlas. He's one of 2 siblings. He has a sister, Lumine, who's missing, and we're looking for her. And it's going very slow. There was one cutscene where we saw her, and she was with the bad guys. And she seemed to be in charge. And that's Paimon. She's my bestie. And she doesn't do anything. She's just here to give commentary and judge my actions. But she doesn't, like, fight or anything.
Just like the last time, I shall channel animal energy for you.
I knew it. It was your voice that I heard. When we were flying above the city the first time and quote-unquote fighting the dragon, it wasn't really a fight. It was him, guiding us.
Oh, no wonder you said his voice sounds familiar.
So we just go and fight? Venture beyond the seal. Okay, can we improve any of our characters? Yes, you. It doesn't do much, but it's still something. And I'm curious what's in here. Domains. Uh-oh. Once you reach adventure rank 40, you can quick challenge locked trance domains through your adventure handbook in single player mode. Yeah. A lot of these I've never done at all. The Golden House I've done in my other game, and Stormterror. And actually, I didn't know you could do it multiple times. So I just did it once for the story, and then my friend told me, oh, actually it's a weekly thing. You can just do it several times. And I got absolutely crushed. Horrible. Horrible. Just completely within seconds. No characters remaining, so I didn't do it again. And these, I don't remember what they are. But we're gonna try to do it once first, and then we'll see. Do I have anything for you? Oh wow, they're all really low. What happened to you all? Okay. Well, I guess we are fighting the dragon then. Jean, please come help us. You actually look strong. Oh, okay. Party level 26. I think we have that. Because Atlas and Kaya are stronger than that. It goes all the way to 90. Jesus. I don't think even in my other game I have any characters that strong. We only have Lisa that's under, so I think that will work. If it didn't, there would be like here a little indication saying please level them up, you're gonna get crushed. But no, I think we're good.
Look! There are two
Oh,
shiny
no.
spots on Dvalin's back! They appear to be poisonous blood clots that have coagulated on his wounds. The Abyss Order must have cursed the wounds. That's what's
Oh, my
corrupting
glider.
Dvalin's mind.
It's so ugly.
To save Dvalin, we're going to have to get rid of those blood clots. Aim for those blood clots.
Stop moving then. I am so thankful that it doesn't require me to like fly myself around. Also, I'm not sure I would be actually able to breathe so high up. Come back.
Dvalin is getting away, but I'm familiar with his tactics. Just hold on a bit longer.
Am I supposed to do something with these? Maybe not. I can't do anything to them, it looks like. Nothing? No. Oh, I can actually move around.
I'll extract and condense the pure animo from the shots being fired. Shattering them will create acceleration currents.
Oh,
I
so I
can't
can...
control where they will appear, so keep your eyes peeled.
This? Okay. Oh, come on, man. That was way farther than I can go.
Shatter the condensed animo orbs to create acceleration currents. I know it's hard to tell amidst the barrage of bullets, but this is the only way.
Am I gonna go through? Yes, I'm going to go through this one. I'm guessing I need a third one? Yeah, probably. Stop shooting at me. I haven't done anything to you. I mean, I guess I'm not, just not that much. Oh. Okay. Am I gonna have to do the same for the second one? I really hope not. Stop moving. Great. Well, at least now I know. want you to do your thing. I can't wait to do the Jade Chamber fight. I think it was very cool. Can I get him from here? No. Okay, I'm getting this one.
I'm sorry this is hurting you. Hang on.
Whoop. Ouch.
Now we can fight Dvalin on equal
Oh my
grounds. The grandest bard is here to help. But first, let me be clear. Even after hundreds of years without use, Dvalin's teeth and claws are still very dangerous.
Whoops. Okay, that's not. I thought there was a barrier that it wouldn't just let me like fall through to the wall. Oh, well. I hate the fact that it's how do I say this? Ooh. Okay. I can only move in those two directions.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Oh. Okay, the thing is, me moving only in those two directions is really difficult. Also, he's gonna die. And Atlas is also gonna die. So that's nice. Love that for me. Boss battle, yes. I have about 0 confidence it's actually gonna go well. But, you know. Does that hurt more? Oh. This would be way easier on a controller. Okay, you know what?
That was our chance. Aim for the tainted blood clot on his neck.
That's it? That's all the damage it did?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, come on. What is that? I have a
Ace in the hole.
bad feeling
Celestinum
about this.
Finale Termini.
This dragon has strange taste when it comes to naming things.
I named it for him just now.
I
Seriously?
can't. Nope,
Well,
I can't.
anyway,
Move the
let's ride the
camera.
wind currents and stay away from the breaking platforms. The energy flooding out from the fissures will be hot. Be sure to watch your step.
don't know if there's a specific area where he takes more damage. Okay, so I can't use stolen things. Okay. Okay, one second.
That was our chance. Aim for the tainted. Blood clot
Alright,
on his neck.
I have gotten rid of the little...
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a mosquito or something, but it was flying around me and it was very annoying. Oh, come on. You're so close to dying. I don't think I... Whoops. I don't think I can get him from here.
Yeah.
Also, Venti is gonna die. Not anymore. Oh, I still get hurt? Not cool. Is he gonna break the buttons again? Cool, thanks.
Yeah. Ugh, I'm not in the mood for this.
Was a little close. Whoops. Okay, not great. Not great at all. Because if he dies, we're gonna struggle way harder against him.
Now is our chance. Aim for the tainted blood clot on his neck.
I don't think I'll need to.
This place is gonna collapse!
Oh, nice.
It's been a while since we flew like this together. Huh, Dvalin?
Just now. Why? Why did you not ask me to protect you like the last time?
Me not wanting you to listen to the Abyss Order doesn't mean that you have to listen to me. Freedom, if demanded of you by an Archon, is really no freedom at all.
Is this the power of the Animal Archon? But I am no longer part of the Four Winds.
Even if that's so, you still protected us regardless. Now spread your wings of freedom and go with my blessing.
And so, the Stormterror threat was quelled. I clarified the misunderstanding to the citizens of Mondstadt, and let them know that they are safe. To them, it seems Stormterror attacked Mondstadt out of nowhere, and then vanished just as quickly. They must be finding the whole ordeal very confusing.
However, winds change their course. Someday, they will blow towards a brighter future.
Sorry, that was me clicking into the game. Okay, let's see what I got. Don't care about that.
Ta-da!
Oh.
Barbara's here. Leave the healing to me. I will not disappoint you.
So Barbara, I don't think it says anywhere here. Barbara is a singer, and she's Jean's youngest sister. She's a Hydro character, and she has healing powers, and I really like having her.
Ta-da! Barbara's here. Leave the healing ta-da!
Stop, Barbara, please. And now we can change the team, but we'll do that later. My question is, what does the main quest look like? Talk to Amber. You've finally managed to save Dvalin. Is this where the story of the wind ends? Character is currently involved in other quests? What? Which quests? Cause he's in a commission? Okay. Yes, Paimon, we're gonna do the party setup. I know how to do it, but we're gonna do it. And now we can, whoops, do this.
Wish me luck.
Nice. Usually I would just change like that. She has 800 points. Oh wow.
I'll protect us.
And her attack like this restores life to everyone else. Well, the little thing here restores life to the character currently using it, and her burst restores life to everyone. And a lot of it too. That didn't last very long. Oh. Wait, we're heading towards the commission? Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if we do want to continue the story. Not really any other choice.
Fresh fruit, only at Quinn's Fruit.
Who even is it? Is it for... no. Because there's this here now that I can do. For the reputation and everything. Hello. His name is Guy. Standing here on guard duty day in day out, it doesn't really give me much detail to write about. In fact, it gives me precisely 0 details to write about. What's wrong? My father, his name is Tuner, I think. He works at Dawn Winery. He was thrilled when I joined the Knights of Favonius. Every time he writes to me now, it's all he ever asks about. But all I do is guard the gate, and a side gate at that. We hardly ever have anyone coming through this way. Not a surprise. Obviously, my father is eagerly anticipating the big news of my heroic exploits. Meanwhile, here I am, managing the affairs of a gate. His health isn't great, and I'm a bit concerned that it'd take a turn for the worst if he knew the reality of my situation. So when I write to him, I tell him that I'm out there with the cream of the crop, fighting battles and all that. Now I've got myself in a position where I'm forever telling him all these tall tales without a shred of evidence, and I think he's starting to have his doubts. If you're preparing to go off on an adventure, could you bring me back a trophy? It would help bolster the credibility of my letter. Sure. Thank you so much. What can we give him? Oh, and he just vanished. Goodbye. With a trophy to go with the letter, my father's sure to be convinced. What kind of trophy do you want? This is a bit of an ask, but this time maybe you could get me a divining scroll. No problem, I have them already. I hear that Hilichurl shamans, how do you say that in English? I don't know. Sometimes carry them around. I don't think they use them for anything though. I would love to see for myself, but as long as this gate's around, I won't have the chance. When you found it, I'd be grateful if you could deliver it to my father for me, along with the letter itself. Oh. Please don't open the letter. My father is quite sensitive to things like that. He'll think it's been tampered with. Is he just gonna vanish? Okay, I guess the commission just disappeared then. It's kind of weird. Do we have... There's another mosquito. Or did... No, it just unlocked. He's locked for the main... The commission, he went back to the main quest. Okay, sure. Oh, great. We just walked into the city for nothing. Because she's outside. And we were also outside before. No. I thought there was something here, but there isn't. Also, if he wanted adventure, he should have joined the Adventurers Guild instead of the Knights. Oh, look, everything appeared. Maybe I should have waited a little bit. Tick. Why is there all the hilichurl stuff here?
You guys are back! The honorary knight returns triumphant.
Yep, we're back from tussling with Dvalin.
You just returned yesterday, right? Jean got back first, and she told us all about your heroic deeds. I wonder if I'll ever get an opportunity like that.
Why would you want to do that?
You're right, actually. Peace is hard won, and we shouldn't take it for granted. And this time, you're the one we should all be grateful to.
You're welcome. But have you been waiting for us here this whole time?
Of course not. Just because I'm not out on the front line doesn't mean I don't have work to do. In fact, I'm dealing with the aftermath of the crisis as we speak.
Aftermath? Here? What happened in Mondstadt?
While Master Jean was away, the monsters lurking nearby made a coordinated attack on the city. Fortunately, we weren't completely taken by surprise. I detected the hilichurls were moving closer to the city a while back.
Oh yeah! Paimon remembers. When we first met, you were clearing out one of their camps.
Exactly. And if we hadn't started making preparations back then, Mondstadt would be in much greater danger by now.
Why would they do this?
I know. It's strange. Hilichurls aren't usually capable of coordinating like this. Our best guess is that the Abyss Order is behind it.
They've taken over the hilichurls. Good thing we saved Dvalin, or they might have taken him too.
That's right. And since I'm the Outrider, it's up to me to keep eyes on the Abyss Order from now on. I'm sorry. You should be celebrating your victory, not listening to all this somber talk. I promised to take you out for some sticky honey roast, didn't I? Before everyone got caught up in the Stormterror crisis.
You did.
There's no time like the present, right? You guys hungry?
Sure.
You bet! You may have forgotten till just now, but it's been on Paimon's mind this whole time.
Awesome, let's go! It's been way too long since I last ate a sticky honey roast myself. Wait for me at Good Hunter. I'll be right there. I just have to clean up here real quick.
Can we break these? Oh, we can. Oh. Please hit in the right direction. That would be very cool. It's actually really easy now that it's much stronger. Nice. Hello.
Thanks for helping us clean up the battlefield. You really didn't have to, you know. This work ethic of yours really puts me to shame. I know this paltry sum doesn't begin to pay you back for everything you've done for the Knights, but for what it's worth, please take it.
Cool. Oh, I got some food. Nice. 10,000 mora? That's not a paltry sum, my dude. That's a lot of money. Are we meant to do that? Oh, wrong thing. Are we meant to do that before Amber, or is it a different quest? No, it is. Cyrus. Isn't he the one at the gate? I think. I'm pretty sure he is, and later he's the one you fight during the card game. You? No, not you. Lawrence and Swan. Well, neither of you then. Oh, he's the Adventurers Guild one. Okay,
Here we go.
Guard, then.
This is it. Crisis, danger, the thrill of adventure. Adventurers Guild. Finally, our days of rescuing kittens and finding lost puppies are over. The age of adventure is upon us. Roll up, youngsters. Join the Adventurers Guild today. In this time of great upheaval, we must rally together, take on the dragon, and save our great city of Mondstadt!
Yep, at that.
What? What?
Sorry.
The Stormterror threat is resolved? I missed the acting clanmaster's speech?
Where was he even?
Stormterror should have put up more of a fight. We didn't get to join in.
Well, you can go back and do it again. I got another mosquito. I think they're coming in from the kitchen. Who are we talking to right now? Nimrod. I don't know you. But cool.
Long live the heroes. Thank you. It's finally over. Many trade routes have closed due to the Stormterror incident. We can cope for now without fresh fruit and vegetables. But if the wine supply dries up, we're all doomed.
Wow.
I cannot imagine a world without wine. I hope they get the trade routes back up and running soon.
Well, I'm sure you can go and help. Grace, who is a sister.
So Stormterror's true identity is Dvalin, one of the Four Winds. We never should have forgotten his past sacrifice for Mondstadt. Every cloud has a silver lining. We're fortunate that our relationship with the Dragon of the East didn't sour past the point of no return. For that, we have you to thank. And Jean for her unfailing devotion. As long as we have the Knights of Favonius, peace and freedom will prevail in Mondstadt.
No. It wasn't actually your fault, but... Oh. Kaya.
Greetings. May I take your order?
Why so cold? I've always thought that we enjoy quite the intimate friendship.
Didn't see you there.
It seems your great battle sharpened not only your combat skills, but your wit as well. A knight after my own heart. To bask in the presence of Mondstadt's new big hero is quite the morale boost. And that's coming from a knight.
Right. Sure.
Sweet-talking, sugar-coated Captain Kaya.
Nonsense. I speak from the heart.
I haven't forgiven you for the pirate thing. What are you plotting this time?
Me? Nothing. On the contrary, I'm trying to work out what others are plotting. That's why I'm here. Somewhere quiet, where I can collect my thoughts.
On the main street of the town? The one street of the town?
So what you thinking about then?
The Abyss Order.
Oh.
A dragon wreaks havoc in Mondstadt, and the acting Grand Master leaves the city to combat the threat. Strategically, that's the perfect moment for the Abyss Order to make their move.
Why is he in the fountain?
If you were the Abyss Order, would you squander this golden opportunity by sending in nothing more than a few hilly churls?
There must be more to this story.
To get to the bottom of it, I decided to wait. So I waited, and watched for their next move.
And there was a next move, or?
Then came the day you made all hell break loose in Stormterror's lair. Just as the hilly churl's cries sounded from the city gates. That same day, I saw shadowy figures lurking in the city itself.
Inside the city?
I mean, we've seen they can come in. They stole the book from the girl from the flower shop.
Well, all the other knights were outside, fighting the enemy. As you can imagine, that left the inside of the city completely unguarded. Except for me, of course. And so I approached the Abyss Order infiltrators for a bit of, let's call it fraternizing.
I beat them up with my sword and my ice.
Through various means, I managed to gather some rather interesting intel.
And are you gonna share?
The situation is this. The Abyss Order. They are united under a single leader.
And I hope that leader isn't my sister.
The Abyss Order has a leader?
Yes. And it was this very leader who devised the plot to turn Dvalin into a weapon of war.
What exactly did you have to do to find this out?
Let's just say I'm blessed with certain linguistic powers.
I beat them up until they talked.
There's more. The Abyss Order has a name for this leader. They call her the Princess.
Oh, I hope. But it's probably her.
Now, I'm sorry to cut this intelligence briefing short, but I do believe I spy Amber heading this way.
The girl from the shop is just here listening to all this like, oh damn, you did that?
I think she's still angry with me for my absence from the defense effort during the attack. I'd better slip away before she notices me.
No.
One minute I see Kaya, the next he slipped away. Clear sign of a guilty conscience.
He does a lot behind the scenes.
Are you sure? Because that sounds like exactly what he'd say to talk himself out of trouble. But let's forget about him. I worked super hard today, and my tummy's rumbling. Let's order. Hi, Sarah. One sticky honey roast, please.
One for all three of us? Do I have to sit in a specific... Yes. No seat for Paimon? She's not gonna like that.
So, now the Stormterror threat is behind us. What are your plans for the next step?
Paimon thinks it's time to leave Mondstadt and keep looking through the 7 nations until we find clues about his sister.
Huh, really? Oh, well, I guess this is goodbye for now.
I will miss my Favonian family. It's so
Hey,
cute.
don't feel down. You'll always be a friend of the Knights of Avonius, and our honorary knight. Wherever you may go, and wherever the wind may blow.
I'll come back and visit.
That's the spirit. Remember, Mondstadt will always welcome you. All right,
Will they
now
better?
let's eat before it gets cold.
This is just ham with honey, I think. And I'm not drinking that. I don't like beer.
That was good. Note to Paimon, Amber's recommendations are worth the wait.
Of course. Well, I don't trust myself in the kitchen. You can always trust me with the menu. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Jean's waiting for you at the cathedral. It's something to do with the Holy Lair de Himmel. You'd better head there now.
Did I even give that back? I don't even think I have it. Do you need something? Maybe not. Oh, the guy from the fountain isn't in the fountain anymore. Okay, well, I really wasn't expecting the fight to be now. I thought there was a lot more once we were in there. but I didn't remember. Whoops. Would have probably put it in the title otherwise. Oh well. It took me so much longer the first time. So much longer. In front of the, yeah, in front of the cathedral. Oh, with Venti. Okay. Let's see what he has to say. Oh! Actually, this is important. This is very important. I think it was yesterday during a conversation they were having, all four of them. He mentioned being the weakest of the 7 Archon. Hello,
This is Barbara, the deaconess of the church. She is here to retrieve the holy lyre to Hamel.
She's like 19.
May the Animo Archon protect you.
Why is she in charge?
I'm not really in a position to speak compared to our acting Grand Master, but I still want to thank you all on behalf of all of Mondstadt for your assistance. Fortunately, everything was resolved peacefully. I can't imagine how an all-out war between the military and the dragon would have ended.
With your city in ruin, probably, considering the size of the dragon.
Now the Fatui have no choice but to keep their mouths shut. They must be annoyed that things didn't turn out as planned for them. This time, they even lost their best excuse to pressure the Knights of Favonius. Diplomatically speaking, they gained nothing, and on the contrary, simply proved just how vexatious they can be.
Sounds like quite the story. So, did you bring the Holy Lyre with you?
I think so.
We cannot ask you to keep defending the lyre forever. The Seneschal has been pressing me for a while now.
We, did bring it with us. It's just...
Is it broken?
It's a little...
Oh, don't worry. I'm not here to collect rent. The church has always received special funding.
What does that mean?
The Holy Lyre! Oh, Barbados! Even if I atone for these sins for the rest of my life, it would still not be enough!
Oh, give it here.
How could this Holy Lyre, but how?
Huh? Let Paimon see!
No. I don't know how you managed to fix it, but you'll never touch the lyre again!
We, really should get going. That trick I used to repair the Holy Lyre. I mean, the magic I used isn't going to hold forever, you know.
What? You tone deaf, Bard!
Goodbye, Venti.
At last, Mondstadt's rodent ruler in the flesh. Scurrying through the streets looking for leftovers? Mondstadt calls this a god?
Resident rodent beats invasive vermin.
Don't you dare speak back to me, insolent bard. Absentee Archon of Mondstadt. How impotent you've become.
That smirky wear looks out of place. Did you steal it from your master's face?
You should have held your tongue. So, this is a gnosis. Wouldn't be caught dead wearing this ugly thing in public.
Beauty is a waste when the beholder has no taste.
Venti!
have what we came here for. Come, before our dear Favonian friends arrive. Leave nothing for them to find.
Honorary Knight, you're awake.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Venti, is you alright?
I wouldn't say he's alright exactly. I found you lying unconscious outside the cathedral and used my elemental powers to heal you. That bard awakened first, but strangely, my healing powers had almost no effect on him. This is the first time I've encountered such a patient, but he just said it's completely normal, and then got up and left the cathedral.
He left? Already? Where'd he go?
The symbol of Mondstadt's hero. That's what he said. I wanted to
Again?
stop him, but Jean, I mean, Master Jean, said to let him leave. How strange.
I think Jean understands because I sure don't.
Paimon remembers Venti healing under that tree before. It's probably due to the connection between Windrise and the Animo Archon. Master Jean has figured it out as well, but we can't tell Barbara.
I thought Jean had figured out the bigger plot, not the healing thing. Let's see what he has to say. Cool, thanks. Okay, it seems to be working then. Hello.
The wind amongst the branches is good. I love the way it smells. I said the exact same thing last time. Why do I only say these things when I'm down on my luck?
Okay, so what is a gnosis?
So you noticed.
I mean, yeah, it was pretty noticeable when she beat you up and then us as well.
This isn't something I'm meant to discuss with ordinary people, but I suppose I can let you in on the secret. As you know, visions are external magical foci that only a small minority of people possess. They use these visions to channel elemental power. In truth, every wielder of a vision is one who can attain godhood and ascend to Celestia. We call such people allogenes.
Okay, I didn't remember that.
Allogenes? Paimon's never heard of them before.
That's because this is a secret that only Archons are privy to. We don't need primitive tools like visions.
Then why do you have one right here?
Instead, each Archon has an internal magical focus that resonates directly with Celestia itself, known as a gnosis.
Okay, then why do you have a focus?
It's just a glowing glass ball I carry around to avoid suspicion.
Okay, fair.
So who was that nasty woman who sent Paimon flying and stole your gnosis?
Her name is Signora, number 8 of the Harbingers. She and the rest of the Harbingers have been given godlike executive authority by the Tsaritsa of Snezhnaya, and with it, strength surpassing that of other mortals.
The Tsaritsa of Snezhnaya? Isn't that...
Indeed. She is one of the 7. The Tsaritsa who reigns from the Zeppeljorni Palace, and the one person that the Fatui Harbingers all answer to. The 7 don't always get along well, but still. I never thought that she would plot to steal another Archon's gnosis.
What kind of god is the Tsaritsa?
How should I put this?
As kindly as you can?
500 years ago, I knew her well. But I can't say the same is true now. You see, a certain catastrophe happened 500 years ago, and after that, she cut off all ties with me. But we can save discussion of the Cryo Archon and the Fatui for another day. If you seek the rest of the 7, Many difficulties lie ahead of you still. You should head for Mondstadt's neighboring nation of Liyue. The Geo-Archon who reigns there, unlike me, administrates his entire region personally.
Yes.
He only descends once every year to give his divine predictions, which set the direction for Liyue for the rest of that year.
Even so, it sounds like he works much harder than a certain someone,
In any case, this year's Rite of Descension is soon to begin. If you miss it, you'll just have to wait another year.
What? Oh, why didn't you tell us before? Well, then bye! We're going!
One moment, Windborn Outlander.
Oh, interesting. You mean me?
Yep. Traveler, as you set off on your journey once again, you must remember that the journey itself has meaning. The birds of Tevat, the songs in the cities, the Tsaritsa, her Fatui and the monsters, they are all part of your journey. The destination is not everything. So before you reach the end, keep your eyes open. Use the chance to take in the world around you.
I understand.
Great. So, that's that for the Animo Archon's admonishments. Back to Venti time. If you want to chat, now's the time. A bard stays not always in a single climb.
You mean you're never gonna be there again, so I must ask all the questions now. About Senora.
That Fatui lady didn't hang around, did she? She just grabbed your gnosis and left?
She wanted to avoid any eyewitnesses from the Knights of Favonius. The slightest slip-up here would have destroyed the Fatui's diplomatic relations with the Knights.
So they're just gonna keep acting like Mondstadt's allies as if nothing happened?
If only the 7 nations had banded together against the Abyss Order in the first place. The Fatui possess the strongest military among the 7 nations, yet they've used it to steal the Holy Lyre, covet the power of gods, and use Dvalin as a bargaining chip against the Knights.
Speaking of the Lyre, didn't Diluc say something like this before? He said that the Fatui could only run amok across the 7 nations and threaten the Knights because of the Harbingers.
Yes. As I said earlier, the Cryo-Archon has given them authority and strength beyond that of other mortals. The Tsaritsa... I haven't seen her in 500 years. What is she thinking? What's her plan? Whatever the answer is, I have a feeling it's only going to make your search for the 7 all the more difficult. If you want to chat, now's the time. A bard stays not always in a single climb.
Okay. The thing is, for now, I don't know anything about the Fatui. I know a few things about the Fatui, considering what happens in Liyue, but that's all. Because I did Mondstadt, I did Liyue, I finished the Archon quest in Liyue, and then I just started Inazuma before I started this game. Inazuma is the Electro Archon, Liyue is the Geo Archon, then there's the Dendro Archon in, I forget the name, the City of Scholars. I have been there, I haven't done any of the story there, any of the quests, nothing, so I don't know anything about it. Then there's Fontaine, which is the Cryo Archon. I also know nothing about it. Not the Cryo, the Hydro. I also know nothing about it. I haven't done anything there apart from like teleportation points, a few statues, unlock the Hydro powers, and then just that's it. And I did a little bit of exploration with my friend who has the area unlocked and like did a lot of stuff there, but in my world because I'm the lower level. And there's the very last zone, which is called something, I don't remember. The last update they did, which is Pyro. How many does that make? I don't know. I don't know how to count. But the cryo one is definitely not there yet. So I can't have a cryo travel. I'm very curious about what they're gonna do with that. I've tried all the others, and my favorite is a Nemo, but we'll see about the others. Anyway, I'm curious about the deities actually.
As I said before, vision
later.
bladers are known as allogenes and may ascend to Celestia. A gnosis is a higher order nexus of elemental manipulation and is emblematic of an Archon's status as one of the 7. But as for which of the 7 took your sister, I'm sorry, I don't know. Wait, as one of the 7, I'm not clear of suspicion yet either, am I?
The thing is, the person who took our sister didn't seem quite like an Archon. They seemed more like a guardian who would be responsible for the limits of the world. And I don't remember what they called themselves, but it was something along those lines. Like, someone responsible for the integrity of the world, rather than the one ruling over a specific element. So I think that's something important. I also think, what were you doing during 500 years that you haven't seen any of the others for 500 years? And what happened 500 years ago? You don't look like that god at all.
Hang on a hot second. Tone Deaf Bard is just one of Barbados' many incarnations. Who's to say that?
No, we know him. He's not like that.
We're a great team indeed. Say, once you find your sister, how would you like to become one of the new 4 winds?
We'll see.
You don't seem too into it. Hey, Tone Deaf Bard! If being one of the 4 winds means free food, you can consider Paimon.
How surprising.
If you want to chat, now's the time. A bard stays not always in a single climb.
Dvalin, I'll be honest, I don't really care, but the Abyss Order I do.
Some new intelligence, you say? Oh, I see. So, the Abyss Order has a princess who orchestrated the plan to corrupt Dvalin? They were probably trying to turn Dvalin into a weapon of war for the Abyss. But that said, I have never heard of any such princess of the Abyss Order.
How long have they been around? How long have you been fighting those guys and just being in this endless status quo? Not an Abyss Order tradition then.
I think so too. Apparently. But how does a princess come out of nowhere and take command over the entire Abyss Order?
I think one thing also is we don't know when we got here. We don't know how long it took us to like wake up before we met Paimon and started doing adventures. And I think that's relevant. Because if it is Lumine who's in charge, maybe she like was here longer. Maybe she wasn't like a prisoner for the whole time, but she was taken into the Abyss Order to like be one of them, but then she rose through the ranks. I think that's an option. And if it is, we have been here for 500 years. Maybe us landing in the world and Lumine getting captured is what the event he mentioned.
If you want to chat, now's the time. A bard stays not always in a single climb.
I'm good.
Well then, best be off to Liyue. If the dissension ritual you failed to tally, then another year you must dally.
We could just use that year to go around the rest of the world. I mean... Okay. Yes, I know about the adventure rank. Thank you. Great. A bunch of things I can't do because I don't have the rank. And that was the end of the part 3 of the prologue. Not sure how that's organized. Oh wow, that's a lot of stuff. Why am I getting so much stuff? Okay, that was a bunch of things. That's the card game, of which I know only the basics because I never went really far. We're apparently doing this. Okay. The Rite of Dissension. We must get to Liyue first, which we're going to do through the other girlie's quest. So that's fine. And what is that? Oh. I think I know what that is. Legend of the Dark Knight Hero. Ask Charles about the recent rumors. Recently, rumors about a certain Dark Knight hero have been circulating around Mondstadt. We're gonna do that. Goodbye, Vinti. Maybe we will see you again, but I'm honestly not so sure. I never got him as a character, which isn't so bad because I don't really enjoy playing. Hello. Playing archers. You, what do you want? There's still so much cleaning up to do. What's the matter? As I'm sure you're aware, we've faced continuous attack from bands of monsters for the entire duration of the Stormterror incident. Although the Stormterror incident is now resolved and we've successfully fended off the monsters, they erected quite a substantial amount of barricades outside the city over the course of their raids. So while the monsters themselves have been fought back, these barricades aren't about to disappear out of their own accord. Maybe they will. We can't just leave them there indefinitely, especially now that things are returning to business as usual in the city. Unfortunately, the knights are short-staffed, and there is simply no one to take on the task. Ugh. As our honorary knight, would you be willing to clear up the barricades? Of course I will. My honor to serve. Spoken like a true member of the Knights of Favonius. Honorary knight, you have my gratitude. That sounds more like there's something annoying to do. You're not really a knight. How about we give it to you? Hello, Charles. The bartender, apparently.
So, you've got a taste for adventure too, huh? I must say, the patrons have been in a bit of a buzz lately. Though the topic on everyone's lips is more of an urban legend than actual news. Even minding my own business, I still end up hearing all about it.
Uh-oh. It's not one of those scary urban legends, is it? If so, Paimon needs to take a deep breath first.
It's not a particularly scary story, no. At least, not for most people. It's the tale of the Dark Knight hero.
Why are you scared? It's not scary.
Huh? Did the bartender just say something?
You weren't even listening. Anyway, the Dark Knight hero. It is said that he appears in the middle of the night to fight evil and uphold justice. But to be honest, I don't have much interest in such rumors. Unless, of course, he can help take care of the more belligerent patrons after they've had a few too many. I would happily take that as proof of his existence.
Why would he hide his identity?
I doubt anyone knows but him. Maybe he enjoys being a man of mystery. After all, it's a good way to get the ladies' attention. Any guy in the tavern could tell you that.
Do they all pretend to be him because of that?
Anyway, that's more or less everything I know. If you want to know more, ask around in the plaza. I need to serve some customers.
Dark Knight hero. Seems like your standard cookie-cutter urban legend. But just a little darker. Wonder who it could be. Once you're ready, let's head out to the plaza and ask around.
Sure. Okay. Let's go and find out someone's secret identity, I guess. You weren't here before. You probably know something. Hello, are you looking for something in particular? For anything in particular? I'm trying to find out about the Dark Knight hero. Is that from a fairy tale or a novel or something? Okay, thanks for nothing then. Can I ask the people in the shops? Yes, I can. I think I've heard customers talk about that. But I don't tend to listen in on their conversation, so I'm afraid I know nothing. Okay. Margaret. Oh, from the cat tail.
You want to find out about the Dark Knight hero? Look no further. It's me. I am the Dark Knight hero.
Right.
You're right, I'm not. I was joking.
Okay.
Jokes aside, I do think that the Dark Knight hero and I have one thing in common.
What's that?
It's the way he sticks to his principles. Coming out here night after night, fighting for justice, keeping Mondstadt safe.
Wow, so you're a nocturnal vigilante too?
No, I just mean he must be seriously rich.
Oh.
Why is that?
People only start worrying about spiritual fulfillment once they have enough material wealth. It's the same in every hero story, isn't it?
So you just wanted to flaunt your wealth?
No, it's nothing like that. I just have too much time on my hands these days.
Same difference. You are the boss of the cat's tail after all.
Why don't you ask the guards at the city gate? They do night shifts all the time. They must know something.
Not a bad idea. Miss Girl who uses child labor in your cafe. What is your quest? Yes, I do have a moment. Have you heard of Stormterror's lair? Yeah. It's those ruins outside Mondstadt. While Stormterror made the place his home, it was shrouded in a whirling, impassable storm. No one could pass through, so the precious crystal ore in there hasn't been mined. How long has he been there? I've heard people say that the storm around the area has disappeared. That should have been a prime moment to go for the ore veins. But with so many places in the city needing repaired, our smithy service are in high demand. Schultz can't hold the fort down alone either, so I can't leave. What say you go have a look, traveler? If you find any crystal ore, bring some back with you. Sure. My thanks. These crystal ores should help in forging and in restoring the city as well. Actually, do I have any for you? I have so many things. I have none? Oh wow. Okay, well I guess I didn't do any today. Mr. Guards, do you have something for me?
You want to know about him?
Him. Yes.
In fact, I'm one of the few who has seen him with my own two eyes.
Great! This is the guy we need to talk to!
Let's hear him first.
So, just who is the Dark Knight hero?
Whoa, slow down. Let me start from the beginning.
This is gonna be like, oh, I saw a shadow on the roof or something.
Well, I was patrolling one night when suddenly I heard something. I rushed over to check it out. I saw a gang of suspicious-looking fellows who looked like they were up to no good. So I quickly hid.
Okay, great.
Hid? You're supposed to be a guard!
That was when he appeared. He was dressed in black from head to toe, perfectly hidden in the night. The way he crept up on those bad guys must have felt like a living nightmare.
Wow!
Guess what I did next?
You ran away.
I wasn't the bad guy. Why would I need to run away?
Because you were doing nothing.
Still, I did leave the scene. I didn't want to be a nuisance to the Dark Knight hero. So instead, I headed to the Knights of Favonius's residence.
Do you think he might be one of the knights?
Correct. I thought surely someone with such a strong sense of justice and who voluntarily protects Mondstadt is exactly the kind of person you'd find in the Knights of Favonius. But it seems I was wrong. I checked everywhere, and there were no signs of anyone having left the building.
So you're saying whoever it is can't be from the Knights of Favonius after all?
Yes. But I just can't understand. Why would someone like that not want to join the Knights?
Because in this situation there were two people and the knight is the one who hid.
I'm sure they would warmly welcome someone of his abilities.
So, the point you're trying to make is you don't know who the Dark Knight hero is either?
Hey, don't be like that. At least by talking to me, you've ruled out a few more people. Anyway, try asking at the flower shop. I heard a girl there's been talking about the time you rescued her.
The boss? Oh, is there another conflict? Oh, wrong one once again. Okay, we're gonna do that first then, and that way they'll leave us alone with this poor guy who's being sent everywhere. Apparently. Yeah, okay. My stamina was running out. Hello, Father of the Guard. Greetings, honored guest. Welcome to Dawn Winery. This letter's from Guy. He wrote me a letter, and he got you to deliver it? Hill Eternal's shaman. I have heard the folks at the winery talk about them. He's already going up against that kind of enemy at this level. He took this as a trophy. Those Hilly Trail shamans might be real tough guys, but unfortunately, Guy was an even tougher guy. Honestly, he threw them around like rag dolls. They didn't last long. Dude, seriously? Go away, this is a private conversation. Well, well, well. My young one's becoming more of a knight by the day. If he keeps this up, he might just make it big time. If you could please wait here a moment. Put your feet up while I get you a bite to eat. No need. You have other business to attend to? I do hope it didn't put you out too much to come all this way just for an old man like me. Please take these for the journey, and you can keep the trophy too. An old man like me doesn't have any use for it. Finally, the family fortunes are taking a turn for the better. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, but they really aren't. Okay. And now... we can go back here and talk to the girl. He's gonna be so disappointed when his son just ends up being a guard forever. 'Cause he's guarding the gate. Welcome to Floral Whisper. Do you need anything? This is about the Dark Knight hero. What's the Dark Knight hero? Is it a fairy tale? Is that not you who's been saved?
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
Preoccupied, it might be her above.
What's wrong with me? Why can't I get him out of my mind?
Hello? We'd like to ask you about the Dark Knight hero.
My hero? Oh, sorry.
Just hearing his name gets me lost in thought. Hang on, how did you know who I was talking about? Is it that obvious?
Not really.
Oh no! What am I going to do if Master Diluc ever finds out?
That you switched your crush to someone else?
Huh? What's Diluc got to do with this?
Well, I guess I might as well spill the beans then. I used to think Diluc was the one for me, but ever since the time I was rescued by the Dark Knight hero, I just don't know anymore.
Wowee! You saw the Dark Knight hero? For real? What's he like?
It all happened so fast. I was so scared. All I remember is seeing a flash of fire, but I felt safe. I only saw his silhouette, but it felt so familiar.
Okay, who do we know? Oh my god. That likes to protect Mondstadt and that doesn't like the knights. And who can do fire. I'm just saying there's not a lot of options. A flash of fire, a vision perhaps?
Who knows? Now that you mention it, a pyro vision does seem like a good explanation. It lit up the whole area in an instant. I remember that very well.
Okay then. Well, thanks for the intel, Donna. See you around. So, based on what we know so far, all we need to do is find a wealthy, vision-wielding vigilante who's not one of the knights. Nope, still no idea. But we already asked so many people. Guess we gotta see for ourselves. Let's take a look around the city at nighttime. If we're lucky, we just might bump into him. It's getting dark. Let's stick around Mondstadt. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll meet the Dark Knight hero.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get lucky. Do we have to go up again? Yeah, it looks like.
Have you heard? Stormterror.
The Dark Knight hero is Master Diluc?
After managing to steer clear of the
How
guard
surprising.
patrol route, I never anticipated I'd run into you instead.
I knew it was you.
Dark Knight hero? Sounds awfully derivative to me. Please tell me you didn't come up with that.
I didn't, but maybe you should wear a mask like in that one mission you did with us.
How is this the first you've heard of the name? Every man and his dog in Mondstadt is yapping about the Dark Knight hero.
I do not concern myself with idle chatter. Though, I suppose I may take the idleness of others as a sign that peace prevails.
Wow.
Huzzah! The great mystery of the Dark Knight hero of Mondstadt. We solved it! Now then, Mr. Dark Knight hero.
Please stop calling me that. Seriously, it makes me uncomfortable.
Not surprised. It's the stupidest superhero name Paimon's ever heard. You should come up with something more original. Like,
Oh my god.
Captain Pie.
No, we're not gonna do that.
Pie?
No.
Captain Pyro!
Oh my god. No,
Tell
that's
us,
worse.
Captain Pyro, what happened here today?
It was the Abyss Order.
Yeah, I think we could have guessed that.
Them again?
I don't know what the devil they're plotting this time. It seems they're performing some initial reconnaissance. Considering that I've proven myself to be one step ahead of them on countless occasions, Their persistence is unusual.
You've been dealing with them this whole time alone?
I assume so. Unless you're aware of any other Dark Knight heroes around these parts.
Not really.
The Knights are, for the most part, an utterly incompetent bunch.
Well, I would have to agree with that considering the story the guard just told us.
I cannot trust them to take this matter over.
It seems you have a history with the Knights.
What's past is past. I would prefer not to discuss it.
Okay.
Well, I hope this conversation has been of service to you. Because I would like to ask for a favor in return.
Oh, come on. We're not gonna do your work as well.
Oh? What is it, Master D-Luke? Your wish is our command!
Of course.
You must keep my identity a secret.
Oh, that's fine then.
Above all, it is crucial that you do not let the Knights of Favonius know I am connected to any of this.
Sure. That's easy enough. Yes, some enemies.
What's that sound? Yikes! Have the Abyss Order sent backup already?
They appear to just be small-timers. You should have no trouble dealing with them. I cannot afford delays on account of a few lackeys. I shall have to let you take care of them.
Okay.
Remember, don't tell a soul.
I wasn't planning to. He just walks away casually. Like, run.
Hey! You're just gonna leave us like this?
Of course he is. Oh. I'm guessing you like Duke. Oh, they're stronger than before.
Windblade! Cool it!
Please go fight in the open air. That's easier than in the doorway.
Dodge this!
Oh, I wanted to hit them. Sure. Okay.
Greetings. I thought I heard something, so I came to check it out.
Yeah.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Nope. Nuh-uh. Not here. Nothing. Zilch.
Well.
Unless you're looking for the Dark Knight hero, in which case...
The Dark Knight hero? You saw him?
Oh, the Dark Knight hero is, him!
No!
You? The hero who safeguards Mondstadt from the shadows. On behalf of the Knights of Favonius, I thank you for your service to this city.
It's nothing. Really, you're too kind.
Wait a second. Aren't you the traveler that just arrived in the city? Rumors were circulating about the Dark Knight hero long before you ever arrived here.
Oh,
Why would you lie to me about that?
Sorry.
Never mind. You don't seem like bad folks. But I do hope you will visit the Knights of Favonius soon, where we can discuss the Dark Knight hero situation in more detail.
Thanks, Paimon.
You know, some things are best not discussed in public.
Yeah.
Duty calls. I must be going. Stay safe, traveler.
Yeah, we'll do that. Battle Pass. Oh. And the Spiral Abyss. Oh, did I unlock a new level? Ooh. We're level
seems like
increased to
Crispin has
1.
something he really wants to say to you about the Dark Knight hero.
Nice.
Better head over to the Knights of Favonius and see if you can find him.
Sure, but first, it bothers me that there's red all over the screen. Oh my god, there's so many more events.
Everything's ready. Let's go.
There's so many. I don't have the characters for these. I'm gonna get burned to a crisp in an instant. Okay, but we know it's here. The Battle Pass.
there was a glorious kingdom established among the heavens. From that kingdom came a crowned heir, tasked with seeking out the Genesis Pearl from the Kingdom of Darkness. The first crowned heir began her journey of seeking the Pearl. But she was deceived, and the memory of her noble origins faded. She now believed that she was the queen of the Kingdom of Darkness. But take heart. A second crowned heir had already taken up the path where the first had stumbled. This is the story of your journey, of your tale to be told.
And that's the intro to the battle pass, which is the same every time, so it plays every time. Is that the previous one or the current one? Look at these. There's so many cool things that I never get because I never finish the battle pass. I'd rather get this, I think. For now. We're gonna go for that. Cooking dishes, foraging items, okay. And there's a ton of stuff that we can do to gain points. And then as we gain levels, we gain all of these. Because I don't have the paid battle pass. And there are so many levels. It goes up to 50. You get a wish at 50? I thought you got something. Okay. That's the second thing. Now, in here. Experience. Chapter 5? Oh wow. Unlock 10 recipes. Okay, and open 100 chests. Easy. Oh, that's where we get the keys. Oh. So I do have some now. Oh wow, another wish. They keep giving me wishes. The character one. Oh! Yes, let's do that. Energy recharged by 16%. Cool. And we have Barbara, who we can give artifacts to. Do we have anything good for you? No, we don't. We're gonna give you the traveling doctor. Okay, we're gonna go for HP. Because you are very not strong. Okay, they're the same. Hydro damage bonus. Cool. And healing bonus. Cool. There you go, Barbara. There is an easy weekly to do, 3 weekly bosses. And all weekly bosses, but one can be done in multiplayer. Yeah, I don't usually do them because they're kind of hard for me on my other game. Because I raised my level quite a lot without doing the story, so... And also because most of the time I can't be bothered. I'm gonna keep going with that one. Over here. The achievements I'm getting and the other stuff is just saying how it is. Complete the Mondstadt Archon quests. It's done. Song of the Dragon and Freedom. We did that as well. We just finished it. Be rescued by Dvalin. How is that? How did we get something for that? We had to do nothing for it. And we can change Shabarbara, but no, we're gonna stay like this. Thank you.
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
Yes, thank you, Kaya. That's very nice of you to say. You can ask for help. High-level people can probably one-shot low-level bosses. Yeah, I'm sure they can. I'm waiting for my friend Peachy to get the game back on her computer because she changed it. She changed it recently to play with her. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's the wrong place. Because she is much, much further along than I am. I'll be like, please, Peachy, can you help me? Over there? Oh, this guy. Why are we not going inside? Do you not have a meeting room or something?
Oh, it's you two. Thank you for coming.
What were you expecting? For us to run away?
So, the Dark Knight hero. Do you have anything else you're able to share with me?
Why?
Ah, yes, of course I should fill you in first. Apologies for my appalling lapse of etiquette. The situation is... Here, take a look at this.
Jeez, what horrible handwriting.
Yeah, it's kind of bad. To the Dark Knight hero, something something has endured too long of your self-proclaimed something something and a hypocrisy. We hereby probably warn you, we shall something march full on onto Mondstadt's front gate at some time. If you wish to cling to your so-called justice, don't sit idly by blah blah blah. Step up and accept something. Otherwise, Mondstadt's something shall take the fall in your stead. Well, oh, a letter from the Abyss Order. Cool. Isn't that the battle that we just finished?
Let me take a closer look. Huh? Some parts of this seem to be complete gibberish.
Indeed. Although this is written in the common tongue, it appears that a cipher has been used in many places. Nevertheless, one can grasp the general message from the non-ciphered portions alone. This is a war declaration from the Abyss Order to the Dark Knight hero.
Does that mean the bad guys want the Dark Knight hero to go away forever and ever?
Something like that. Thus, we are hoping to contact him as soon as possible so that we can attempt to coordinate a response. After all, this matter no longer concerns merely the Dark Knight hero himself. It impacts the entire city of Mondstadt.
Okay, well, thanks for the info, I guess.
If you find out anything at all, come and find me.
I probably won't. We're gonna go and tell the hero
A war declaration
to deal with his problems. You started this, now it's your
by
problem.
the Abyss Order. This is not good news at all for Master Diluc. Quick, we should go tell him right away.
Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna be delighted to work with the knights. He probably won't. I honestly don't remember. Maybe he will, surprising us all with his cooperation. Do you need something? Clean the place again. I want it spotless this time. This is about making a good first impression. We'll be more careful. What's up? Hello, traveler. Welcome to Dawn Winery. The storm may have passed, but here at the winery, we're still cleaning up the mess it made. I'm trying to organize the cleanup operation, but these girls, they... Sorry. We'll be more careful. Yeah, we know. Yes, you've said that already. Thank you very much. Now why don't you put your efforts into cleaning instead of standing here apologizing to me? These kids, they're so sloppy. I don't know how we'll ever get through it at their rate of progress. And even after that, there's still the indoors that needs cleaning. Oh, I can't help. Do you know how to sweep? Actually, scrap that. We're so short-staffed that I should be taking all the help that I can. Follow me indoors. There's plenty of cleaning that needs doing in there too. Sure. We're gonna do 2 things. Did you know that Diluc has a unique model and nobody else has it? Oh no. But I don't know a lot about the game, to be honest. There's lots of books I can steal. Perfect. Hello, what do you have for me to do? This storm really is annoying. Something the matter. It's you. Master Diluc mentioned you. Said you were an experienced and skilled adventurer. Yes, thank you. Going off topic. So why did you So did you come to the Dawn Winery to pick some wine? No, I don't drink. Sorry, but this is a bad time. Due to the storms, the 3 roads leading out of the winery have all been rendered impassable. The Knights of Favonius were able to clear the obstacles blown in by the wind quickly, but the nearby monsters have all gathered on the roads for some reason. People can go around the area, but it is impassable to cargo carrying carts. Oh, that was hard to say. We can't move any of our wine out, and the ingredients we ordered can't come in. It's most frustrating. But I've heard of your exploits, and I know of your skills, so perhaps, if you would, could you get those 3 roads reopened? Yes, sure. Wonderful, thank you for your willingness to assist. I have marked the 3 merchant routes on your map. Please help us out. Sure. But first, all the things that are yours are mine. It's just a vase. It looks completely out of place in this building. Is probably a gift. His face is lower on his head than other people. The game is basically 5 model. Tall male, female, medium, short. Diluc has a lower face than other tall males. Oh. Maybe because of his haircut? Like with his little hair in the front of his face. Wouldn't be able to see anything? Oh. You can go in there? You cannot go in there. Boring.
Diluc! Just now, we were at the Knights of Favonius, and...
I take it you're about to inform me of the war declaration from the Abyss Order.
Yes, we are.
Though I appreciate you for taking the trouble to come all this way.
What?
The Dawn Winery's intelligence network extends beyond commercial matters.
Oh, your spy ring, you mean?
Great! So, what's the plan, Master Diluc?
I'm open to suggestions.
Wow. Okay. He doesn't like the knights, so joining forces with them he isn't gonna like. But letting the city be attacked he's also not gonna like, so we're gonna say join forces.
No. That would be playing right into the hands of the Abyss Order. They know full well that we don't exactly see eye to eye. They're using this as a means to force me into making an appearance.
Interesting.
If my identity were exposed, all my future activities would be subject to some degree of interference from the Knights. After all, no powerful organization wishes to be outdone by someone from the outside.
That is very true.
Ooh, the Abyss Order has really dealt you a tough hand this time. What a sneaky little bunch those guys are.
There is a way, but for it to work, I need some more information.
So I'm gonna play messenger?
Specifically, I need to decipher the obscured portions of the Abyss Order's war declaration.
Obscured portions? You mean the bits Paimon can't read?
It must be a cipher only understood by members of the Abyss Order, used to spread messages within the organization.
Why would they send you a message you can't read?
It's not simply a war declaration, but also a notification to their own. When you take a stand that makes you a hero to one party, you also become a villain to the other. And since I've been the Abyss Order's enemy for so long,
I think everyone is their enemy at this point.
They've made me the target around which they can rally their troops and unite their strength.
Wow, seems like it takes a lot of brains to be a superhero, huh?
I understand my enemy well, is all. As the saying goes, heroes and villains are 2 sides of the same coin.
So what are we gonna do about the intel that's written in gibberish then? How do we un-gibberishify it?
I'm thankful I didn't have to read that one.
Simple. When you don't understand something, you ask.
Are we gonna beat up some more Abyss mages?
I've already tracked down one of their strongholds.
We are.
If you're interested, feel free to come along.
Well, of course. Always interested. We're just gonna finish cleaning up your house first. Where is there anything left to clean? Also, Venti has a unique model too. Male body plus female face, only one in the game. He's really short too. I noticed when... because we just finished the quest with Stormterror. Do I need to clean upstairs? How do they even get the upstairs dirty? Can we go in there? We cannot go in there. I don't think Hilly Trail number 30,000. Okay. Is an enemy of the Abyss though. Eh, you don't know.
Go, Barbara, go!
You're with them or against them. Did I finish? Is there more? Yeah, I guess I'm all done. Wonderful, this was a huge help. Can't imagine how long this would have taken me by myself. If I'd gotten the girls to do it, who knows how many items they'd end up destroying in the process. That's sad. Thank you, please take these. I do apologize for troubling you, a visitor, with the work of a winery maid. Next time you visit, the winery will be spotless. It's okay, your boss didn't care about the mess, so I don't either. Ooh, pancakes. Nice. I keep taking all these quests because they contribute to the reputation for Mondstadt once I finish them, and it's just easier to have them all in the list and do them whenever than to have to go find them. Also, I'm gonna go get some more water because I've been here 2 hours and I finished my water. I'll be right back.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister. Are you tired? Try my new spicy energy drink. I'm sure it'll wake you up.
No, it can't be.
That's not bad.
Oh, how awful.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
The Dawn Winery's wines are
that's
all
not
unique.
bad. No, it can't be. Oh,
Okay.
how awful.
Ouch. I have water. I heard Barbara suggest to me drinking something spicy, which I will not be doing because I would die. Smart thing to do. I did the same for Mondstadt, but didn't do that anyway. I didn't do it the first time, and now I'm constantly like, oh, how do I get more reputation? So I'm just gonna do it as I go now. Oh! Do we have this one? Yes, we have. I can teleport there. Right, spicy energy drink is not something I would enjoy.
This is the place. Abandoned ruins like these are precisely the kind of place the Abyss Order likes to camp out. Come on. There's no time to lose.
Yes, sir. Chill. Oh, are we gonna do... We're gonna be able to do it with Barbara, because she's like level 1, right? She is. Sure. Okay. And we cannot improve her because we're missing this. Oh. Oh no. Okay.
I wonder when I'll be as tall
Well,
as my
Barbara,
big
you'll
sister.
stay level 20 for a little while. Because we can't do that. 28. That's fine. Barbara is a healer. She heals to a percent of her max HP. Yeah. I like having Barbara in my team. I like having her more than I like having archers.
I'll keep an eye on you.
Oh, well, no, actually, we need you. Because I don't know if it's gonna give us Diluc as a trial. I'd say no, probably not. Oh, well, actually, yes. Do we just go? Whoops, that was the wrong key. Nope, nope, nope. Please come back. Stop running. Okay. Pretty efficient. What level is he? 28. Okay.
Wind blade.
Should have waited for him to get closer. Diluc has 3 skills, so you can use EEE. He does? I've never had him, so I don't know how to use him. Oh! Oh my god, that's so cool! Wow, oh, thank you so much. I have no idea. That's very good to know. Oops. What's behind here? Okay. We'll do you first. Ouch. And what does this one do? Oh! Okay, that hurts. Used to be the strongest character in patch 1. Oh! I didn't play at that point. Oh. Ah, nice. Thing is, I don't like most characters with claymores. I like regular swords better. Main character can use hold on E. Yeah, I found that out when I was doing the tutorial the other day. I'd completely forgotten about that, to be honest. I personally prefer Catalyst. They are very cool as well. What's your favorite? Oh, they give me pancakes? That's those? That's boring. I need to make some more. That's such a cool power. Okay, I love that. I hope I do get you.
Verdict is...
Okay. Oops. See, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Will you please stop? Nope.
Wind blade. Cool it. What's the hurry?
Okay, I need to put my cable again. Nope. Give me a second. The entire game is about elemental reactions, so use an element, then use main character, because animal swirls from other elements. Yeah, I'm trying to get better at doing the reactions, like remembering which ones work well together. It's a learning curve. Okay. But I'm not used to using those. I'm more used to other characters. Mostly Ningguang and Yanfei, which I've been using a lot in my other games. Should have guessed that. Seriously? Not cool.
Cool it.
Bam. Idiot. Whoopsie.
Wind blade.
Oh, the.
How did you find me here, Favonian scum?
I didn't think that would kill him. Whoops.
I am no knight of Favonius. Now start talking. Your plan. What is it?
I see you received our letter. But if you think I'm going to let you in on our secrets, I'm afraid you're quite mistaken.
You appear to have misunderstood the situation you're in.
Burn him with searing hand. Oh, that's really mean.
Did you just use a pyro vision to shoot fire from your hands? Ah, it burns!
Yes.
Let's see how long it takes for you to crack.
Do it again. Oh.
Stop! Stop! Please! Pain! I beg you! Make it stop!
Okay, interrogate him maybe.
I'll talk. I'll talk. Ow, ow, ow! Please, stop! I'll tell you everything.
Cool, that's what I like to hear.
We've amassed a force bound by a shared hatred for the Dark Knight hero.
Really?
They will march on the Mondstadt city gates at 10 p.m. tomorrow night. That's everything I know. Please, don't make me suffer those flames again.
That's it? Well, I doubt you'd be foolish enough to keep anything else hidden.
No, I agree, that's it. That's the whole plan. It's just gonna go to the front gate. Okay, sure. God damn it. I have another account. Yes, I have another account where I play Lumine. But it's, it was, well, my first and only account for a long time. And I had no idea what I was doing. And also I played with friends, so a lot of the map I have unlocked. But I didn't do any of the story in those places. So it's just like, I have a bunch of teleportation points and nothing else. And I wanted to start fresh to stream, because it's more interesting from the beginning. Yes. Hits him with a fucking tornado. It wasn't a tornado,
Now that I have the
it's just
information
like
I need, I must prepare.
a small gust of wind. There was just a wall in the way, I guess. And yes, Torture is a nice game mechanic. One we don't use often, Because usually they just imply it. They just say like, oh, we've had a conversation. Like, yeah, sure you did.
I would be grateful if you could keep me updated on how the Knights of Favonius respond to this matter.
Yes, Master Diluc, sir. Anything you say, Master Diluc, sir.
Wow.
Why are you acting so strange all of a sudden?
Are you scared it's gonna happen to you?
In light of what just went down here a moment ago, Master Diluc has officially reached #1 on Paimon's people not to tick off under any circumstances list.
I think you'll be fine, Paimon. You're not in danger. Oh my god. Need to put my fucking keyboard back to where it should be. Because of game ratings, yeah. There he is. Hello. You are going to die in a few seconds. Can I even do that, or am I gonna die? Oh! Love that the enemies in those places stayed a low level. Is he gonna die from it? No, of course he's not. Nice. Diluc is the only one, is not the only one who has this interrogation method.
A reward on
Not
the
the
road.
only one from Mondstadt either. Is he? I didn't know that. Northern smoked chicken. Oh, is that the recipe Xiaoling gave us? It just might be. Do we have... no. Now we do. Enemy level, world level. Yeah. But the world level increased when we finished one of the quests, a part of the Dark Knight Hero quest. So I thought that most enemies would be stronger because of it, but apparently not. Not enough that it makes a difference, then. That's fine. Who else do you think does these things? Someone you've met? Oh, Kaya, definitely. He's implied he's had some conversation before. Which was a nice way of saying, oh, I beat up the Abyss Order and this is what they told me. Bar jump scare. Could I stalk your word and play some music? Sorry, I don't accept multiplayers. Never saw Kaya do it though. Well, he's talked about it. But all the knights are quite like hardcore sometimes. That's alright, good luck. Thank you. Hope you have a fun game. Oh yeah, this guy. I forgot we were reporting to him. I'm so used to dealing with Jean. He must be so tired of us.
If we do not make contact with the Dark Knight hero soon...
What are we to do about the Abyss Order's challenge?
Ah, it's you two. I must admit, this issue of the Dark Knight hero is proving to be something of a headache. We've just held a meeting to decide on an appropriate course of action. Can you guess what it is?
Join forces?
No, that would send a signal that the Knights are in favor of the Dark Knight's hero's continued presence in our city, which we are not.
Oh, but when we told you it was us, you were like, oh, thank you so much for all you did, so pick a side.
Encouraging this kind of individual heroism undermines the Knight's authority.
Oh, well, what's the plan then?
Find out the Dark Knight hero's true identity and offer him our protection.
I don't think he needs that.
Protection? He seems to be doing just fine without your protection so far, you know.
Well, since you've aided the Knights in the past, I might as well just tell you. The offer of protection is just a ruse in order for the Knights of Favonius to take over full and exclusive responsibility for this matter.
You aren't gonna let the Dark Knight hero be all heroic and stuff? Why not?
Firstly, to show the might of the Knights of Favonius, to prove to the people that without the Dark Knight hero, they can still rely on the Knights to maintain peace and harmony.
Okay, but they can't though.
Secondly, the Abyss Order have no mercy in their hearts. If anything happened to the Dark Knight hero, it would only serve to further their nefarious ambitions.
Gosh, Paimon never knew the life of a knight involved so much untold anguish before.
But none of this will work if we don't establish the Dark Knight hero's true identity in time.
There's no need to despair, Huffman.
No.
Just follow my plan, and everything will be fine.
Ah, Captain Kaya.
Lately, Master Diluc has been working the bar at the Angel's Share every night.
Has he?
All I need you to do is keep him in your sight. Think you can manage that for me?
Yes, Captain Kaya. But does that mean that Master Diluc is the Dark Knight hero?
Who knows? It's just a hunch. I've been known to be wrong on occasion.
On occasion. Okay, sorry. We'll just let you deal with whatever then. Someone? Oh,
wow.
Lisa? Yeah, we did see Lisa do that.
A whole new side of the Knights of Favonius
during
today.
the mission for the books.
But Paimon doesn't understand. How is Kaya so sure he knows who the Dark Knight hero is? We need to get to the winery and tell Master Diluc as soon as Paimonly possible.
Again? Can you not do phone calls or something? The thing about Lisa is that she doesn't really go anywhere. From what I've seen so far, she's just always like in the library doing things.
Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look.
There is. Oh no. She's just like doing her thing. But the others are more part of the story. Well, I didn't do all the Mondstadt quests and stuff on my other games, so a lot of them I probably don't remember. I have no idea how badass Tilly really is. Yeah. The only thing I really remember from the beginning is that you do like a temple with Lisa, a temple with Amber, a temple with Kaya, and you get Lisa and Kaya that you didn't have before. And then you do a temple with Diluc, and I thought, oh, that's the Claymore character that the game is gonna give me. Like, to have a complete set. But no, it was just like, okay, now you're done.
Master Diluc, Paimon has something important to tell you.
I'm sure he already knows.
Yes, about Kaya. I should have known he would see this as the perfect opportunity to get back at me.
Sounds like there's a bit of bad blood between you guys then.
I shan't get into that now. More importantly, the Knights of Favonius are responding more or less as I had anticipated. All we need to do now is think of a counterplan.
Any ideas?
Patience. Let me think for a moment.
I'm not the one with the brain cell in here, so...
If they intend to monitor me, then so be it. We can use this to create the perfect alibi.
Can we?
What's an alabla? An alibi?
If you want to find out, maybe you can do me a small favor first.
Oh, of course.
Oh, come on! Why do you love cliffhangers so much?
In Mondstadt, mist flowers are most commonly found in a region just northwest of the winery. If you could gather some for me, I'd be most grateful. I will make other preparations here in the meantime.
I'm sure I have the flowers you need. Oh, I need to leave anyway? Okay. Because I've been collecting them. I hope it's the right kind that I got, but... the story does not show you how badass he is. Oh. Well, then I wouldn't know, because I never got him. I'm sure you have more brain cells than Paimon. Maybe, but that's okay. I love Paimon. She's my friend.
Ah, you're back.
I am.
Allow me to introduce the winery's master brewer.
So many mist flowers. Great. I can't wait to see how this turns out.
So, are you certain the equipment can withstand this level of purity?
Oh my goodness. The winery owner himself is addressing me directly.
Doesn't that ever happen? Because you guys supposedly work together very closely.
Don't worry, sir. It is always my honor to serve you, even if it means risking my life.
Huh? What's so life-threatening about this?
Please, excuse me. I must get to work.
Okay, bye.
What's he gonna do with a bunch of mist flowers?
Long story short, a few days ago, the winery was experimenting with some new flavors. They wanted to see if mist flower can truly add a crisp and refreshing taste. Sure enough, they discovered that the flower's extract is truly potent.
So the new batch is selling like hotcakes?
No, not potent in terms of attracting customers, but slimes.
Oh, gross.
Slimes need to extract elemental energy to survive. For them, this substance is simply irresistible. So I thought to myself, I wonder how much trouble I could cause now that I know this.
Yikes! What was that noise?
Oh, cold. So cold. Oh, Master Diluc. Purification complete, sir. But the equipment is...
Marvelous work.
Shot?
Don't fret
Completely
about the
destroyed?
equipment. I shall have my butler order more immediately.
Marvelous! Jolly ho! Spiffing! Somebody fetch the butler! Paimon never knew you had to be so well-spoken to get a job in the alcohol industry.
He's just rich.
This is what I was talking about. Mist flower extract. Or, for our purposes, elemental bait.
Wow! It really has a strong elemental whiff. Can we test it out?
We're not drinking that.
Sprinkle a little on the ground over there. Careful, just a small amount.
Wouldn't they be attracted by us simply having the bottle? In the lore, he has to stop from killing himself every time he fights. Oh. Oh my... It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'm not gonna get angry about
then
something like that.
that's it? How
Well,
long
yeah.
does it take before...
Not long.
Holy moly, it really does attract slimes! And even more than we expected.
It appears the potency is greater than anticipated. We better get rid of them before they wreak havoc on the manor.
Yeah, I'm sure your lovely plants are gonna love the ice all around. I usually don't read the personality sections of the character profiles because they're so long. I'm like, I can't be bothered. And I want to, once I've redone the story, do like... Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Can she?
Let's dance!
Freeze!
Once I've done the story, I want to like watch videos about the lore,
No one escapes my sight.
which I have not done before. Because I don't,
What's the hurt?
I don't want to get spoiled. Like, I don't want to know. Oh, I miss my favorites.
Windblade!
Oh, I got a shield. I don't know what form. Sustain too much damage. Let's shield off. Okay. This... Didn't we have this before? And we've had that before as well. Certain skills and effects can grant characters wielding swords, claymores, and polearms with an elemental infusion. Didn't we do that before already? I was sure we did. Okay, whatever. Don't bother with everyone, only some you like. Yeah. Or like, there has to be like compilations about a bunch of characters from the city or a place.
Effect from such a small amount of extract. At least we didn't go picking wildflowers for nothing. All right. So can you tell us what your plan is now, Master Diluc?
Yes. The plan is...
to take a bunch of
And
of
so,
slimes
I expect it to
Mondstadt.
all go down without a hitch.
Are you sure it will work? You're the only person in the plan.
Oh.
I have persevered alone from the start.
Okay, Edgelord.
Now, I alone must face what lies ahead.
Well, if you already made up your mind. But until that moment comes, we can still help you out where we can. Isn't that right?
Sure.
I am indeed indebted to you. I shall see you at the tavern, as per the plan.
Let's wait until evening to meet Master Diluc at the tavern.
Good enough. It's from Geo and another element. This is the only reaction Geo has called crystallize. It's also the worst because it's pretty much useless. Yeah. I mean, the shields are pretty useful against some bosses and some enemies. Sorry, can't not pet you. The game will not let me. Which is devastating. By the way, Diluc is the best DPS in 1, but kept dropping as more characters came out. He dropped into D tier until. Did he get better with the new new area? The pyro area? Shangyun came out and flew him right up to S tier. I have not tried that character. I don't know who that is. I don't think. This is about the books that I've been stealing from everyone. Very cool, I love that. Thank you for giving me things as a reward for stealing. I think I'm supposed to wait until like somewhere around 6 p.m. 7 p.m. Great. Oh well, actually I can wait the 2 minutes it's gonna take. Yep.
Greetings, Mr. Hoffman of the Knights of Favonius. To what do I owe the pleasure at this hour?
Oh, nothing. I'm merely procrastinating. I thought I might indulge myself with a beverage or two.
You could have just said it was your day off. That would have been way less awkward.
Ah, traveler. Fancy meeting you here.
In the one tavern in town.
Oh, we were in the mood for an evening stroll.
What would you like to drink?
I'll have a dandelion wine, I suppose.
Ooh, Paimon wants apple juice.
Me too.
Aw, but Paimon forgot to bring her coin pouch. Do you have any more on you?
Can I start a tab?
Apologies. We do not give credit here.
Well, in that case, let this be my treat.
Oh, thanks.
No need. We'll be back in a jiffy.
He makes everyone plunge, and guess who has a unique modifier giving him stronger plunge than everyone else. Ooh. That's very cool. Oh my god, no. I don't want to speak to you. I don't care what you have to say. Yes, I am a busy bee. And it's why I don't want to talk to you, and I wish it wasn't the first choice when leaving. And when entering, it wasn't the
just
panel.
as expected. Okay, remember the plan? Go to
No.
the city side gate and place the elemental bait.
I don't know the plan. It wasn't told to me. He just told me this is the plan. And that's it.
Whoa! You used all of it! This is gonna be pretty epic.
Not so sure about that.
Here comes the slimes! Quick, let's get to the tavern before anyone spots us!
You mean like the guard who just saw us walk in front of him? Okay. Hello, we're back to drink apple juice.
Captain Kaya is no doubt a formidable knight, but he also brings us more than his share of hassle. No, this isn't right. I should not be talking about my superior in such a manner. If he were to overhear me...
We're back! Is my apple juice ready?
One moment.
Mr. Huffman! Mr. Huffman! A situation at the side gate! Everyone to the side gate!
What is it? What happened?
It's... slimes, Mr. Huffman.
Slimes? You see them all the time. What's the big panic?
We do, but... Sir, there are more slimes out there now than all the slimes I've seen in my life added together.
Uh-oh.
Whoa!
Surely this couldn't be the Abyss Order's secret weapon.
That would be a terrible secret weapon.
But I have another matter to attend to here.
Oh? The matter of your dandelion wine?
No, that's not what I meant.
You're a terrible spy.
So this is how the Knights of Favonius conduct themselves in a crisis. The Abyss Order is encroaching on the city gates, and your response is to sit here drinking wine? It's like I've always said, the Knights are not to be trusted.
Okay.
Master Diluc is right. My conduct here has been below par. I shall set off at once. But first, may I have a quiet word?
Oh, you want us to watch him for you?
Shh, keep your voice down. I presume you know what this is about. Please watch Diluc for me. Do not let him leave under any circumstances.
Yeah, sure, we'll
I must
do
head to the
just
side
that.
gate, but I'll be back shortly. I'm counting on you.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't.
Good. That's
because
him
you're
out
not
of the
our
way.
friend. And apparently he
Everything's
is.
going according to plan!
I must get going too. I won't have a second to spare if I'm to be back in time.
Plunge damage is different, depends on the weapon, and Claymore is the strongest of the 5. However, Diluc, for some unknown reason, is stronger than every other Claymore user. Oh! Because I have, on my other thing, I have Gaming. And he is quite, I knew it. He's quite strong with his special, which makes him jump and then like do plunge damage, which is very cool, and I like using him a lot. But it's usually something I don't use very much because I'm very bad at aiming and I just never really do damage with it. I just fall next to the enemies, and so it's a waste of time.
Ah, there you are.
Okay, do your thing.
Dealing with you will be the easy part.
Oh damn. I wonder if the bridge survives. Isn't the right thing. I don't remember all that. Nice. Oh, okay. Oops. That was the wrong screen. That was probably wasted on you. Oh. Ouch. Not cool. Nope. Don't kill Barbara, please. She's still not very strong. I like this. There's more of them? Oh, there's many more of them. Okay. Is it gonna take the 3? Yes, it did. And kill them all. Oh, wow. I missed him completely. What?
Dodge this. Don't get frostbite.
This is very efficient. I like it.
Classic Master D-Luke. Not a baddie left standing.
Nothing more than a few hilly churls. No time to chat. I don't know how long those slimes will keep Huffman occupied. Best get back to the tavern.
Well, let's hope we're back before him.
Glad that's settled. Let's get back to the tavern. You think Huffman is back yet?
Well, we better hope that he's not. No Gaming has bonus modifiers like Zhao and Versa. But Diluc says normal plunge damage. Also, Gaming is a plunge damage character, so like 90% of his damage is plunge. You notice that Diluc is basically Batman. Yeah, the whole I work alone. Really gives off that impression.
It seems Huffman hasn't yet returned. He made it in time.
Maybe he's just upstairs.
The situation is sorted now. I never expected that the Abyss Order's army would turn out to be nothing more than a few slimes.
That is a surprise. Perhaps the Knight's true calling is to be slime exterminators. Who knows? Domestic pest control may turn out to be a more valuable use of your resources.
Master D-Luc, please, have you no respect at all?
No.
How come you're sweating so much? You didn't leave, did you?
No, it's just really warm in here.
Is it? But if that's the case, why are you also out of breath?
Uh-oh, Huffman is getting suspicious.
Excuse me, sir. Might I be so bold as to inquire? Did you see Master D-Luc, I mean, today's bartender, did you see him leave just now?
Yikes, he's asking other customers. We're done for.
No, I think the customers are more likely to be loyal to Diluc than to the Knights.
Master D-Luc? Why, no. He's been behind the bar this entire time.
I see.
Mr. Huffman, your dandelion wine. You ought to get back after this. Send my regards to the rest of the Knights.
Oh, never mind. I must be going. I should report back. Here, take this as a token of my esteem. How odd.
Yeah, don't grow a brain now.
Whew, that was too close. Paimon was sure we were toast.
I foresaw this eventuality. So, all the guests here tonight, save you two, are my own people from the Dawn Winery.
They're all in on it?
Not all of them. Or should I say, not all of us.
Oh well.
Kaya, where did you come from?
I just picked a good spot to quietly sit and watch the show.
Like upstairs?
What? You've been here this whole time?
Correct. The Dark Knight Hero's Alibi. I think it's my favorite chapter so far. More intriguing than a fine wine.
Okay. Thank
So,
you for
You plan to report everything to the Knights of Favonius?
Come now, D-Luc. You know me better than that. I have no interest in exposing secrets.
Don't you?
I was just curious to see how far Mondstadt's Dark Knight hero would really go.
Okay.
And you did not disappoint.
I have nothing to prove to you.
Oh, naturally. I must say, though, one thing I didn't see coming is that the mighty Dark Knight hero would actually need help from other people.
Sorry, we're closing. Please see yourselves out.
All right, all right. I have no further need of wine to entertain myself tonight in any case. Just one last thing before I go.
It had better be the very last thing.
I feel strangely comforted by the fact you now have an assistant, Diluc.
No. No, I'm not gonna be anyone's assistant, thank you very much.
I hope you all have a wonderful night.
Okay. Thank you for that passive-aggressive well-wish. That's super nice of you.
What was all that about?
Don't mind him. Thank you for all your help with this matter. This is a token of my gratitude.
Wow! Thanks, Master Diluc.
It's cool, everyone keeps giving us things.
I'm in the
I like
habit of
that.
working alone. But I did enjoy having your assistance this time.
We didn't really do much.
In the future, if there's
But
anything
cool.
you ever need, you can come to me for help.
Thanks. I don't think we will. Act 1? Oh. The titles go too fast. I don't have the time to read them all. Did you know that the knights have a bomber in their ranks? Klee, right? I did a few things with her. And I also did the mini games they had at some point. And welcome, Arian. Nice to have you. Can I say one small spoiler they don't tell you in the story? Yes. You can. What are we doing now? What are the quests do we have? Because these we can't do for now. And this one I don't really like. I can't beat the wolf, it's too hard for me. And what is that? So you've got a free moment. Why not take a walk around the Children of Echoes? Oh, but this is a temporary quest. We're gonna do the commissions. Yes, the 9-year-old. Yeah, she's fun. I like her. I don't have, I haven't done much stuff with her. Kaya and Diluc, your adopted brothers. Diluc's dad adopted Kaya. Don't they say that somewhere in the character descriptions? Because I've heard of that before. Time quest event. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna do the event. I don't know if I'm gonna bother. Because it ends in 3 days, so. Oh, that was useless. Wait, they're much stronger than before. No, it's not really that. Also. Okay. Okay, why does it keep... Should always do the commissions every day. I think so, but they don't say it in the story. Yeah. One of the few paragraphs I read before I was like, okay, no. I'm done reading the walls of text. I think I'll be fine. What is that? I don't care. I don't care. It gives some nice primos. You can do it if you rush it, but it will spoil a bit of the story. Oh. Well, then I'm not gonna do it. Oopsie. Oh, seriously? I miss my other characters so bad in this moment. And you? Can I climb this? Because this one... Nope, I cannot climb this. Oopsie.
Dodge this.
To be honest, for the dailies...
That's cheating! Let it rain!
I'm mostly gonna do them when I think about it. rather than just every day. Because a lot of days I just don't have the time for it. And now, since you're the only one who's got a freaking... Okay.
Freeze!
Nope, not him.
Dodge this! Freeze!
Will it? Oh, I think it did. Oopsie. It only spoils what the area is kind of like, but it does not say anything about the main story. I just skip the stories, only care about the main story. And now area 20 means you can add me. Yeah, for now I'm only playing solo. Maybe later I'll play with people. When Peachy puts the game on her computer. She's been saying she's gonna do it. Although now that she finished the other one, maybe. Basically the first thing you do when you log in is do the dailies. They don't take much time, sometimes less than 5 minutes. The dailies are the main source of primals? Really? I think for me it's mostly been exploration. Oh. What's that one gonna be? Like going to a bunch of places and doing a bunch of various things. Oh, it's this one. But I don't really spend them. Has the fight started? No, it has not. Yes, it has. Shit. Whoopsie. Okay.
I'll protect us.
Can she? Yeah, but she's a very beginner. Oh, how I miss my...
Windblade!
Right. My idiot characters. That I have. Seriously? Okay, whatever. Unless you pay. No, I don't. That's a bad thing to do for me. Who gets very obsessed with the game at time and would be like
dodge this.
A little too invested. Oops. Thought he was going the other way, but I guess that's fine.
Let's dance. I'll race you there.
Cool it.
Too high already. Thought it might work, but no, it didn't.
That's cheating.
It's really not. I wanted Lisa for this one because she does a lot more damage than Barbara. And she can like. Does the aim thing. That's amazing. Nope.
Dodge this!
Man. Oh. Stop moving.
Freeze!
Okay. Missions complete. I really don't remember having that one ever. Alright. Catching up. Exploration has good primos, but primo versus time. Daily is the best. Okay. Well, I'll try to do them more often then. You don't spray primos, why? Well, to be honest, in my previous game, I was just happy with the characters I had. And I didn't really want any of the others. So I just didn't really do it. And I'd saved up like 12k. And my friend Jin was very surprised when she saw the amount that I had when we played together. Because I got Gaming through... I think no, it's not him. I got him randomly, and another character I got through an event. It was just like the Lunar New Year event, and they gave you a character, and I just got one. I was like, okay, cool. Except maybe full star. Oh, you shouldn't pay, you never have to, and you can do everything in the game free to play. Yeah. I don't really care enough to want a specific character a lot to like do the math required to understand.
Come on, let's get moving.
The whole payday system and all of that to get it for sure. So I'm not doing that. Whoever I get is whoever I get, and I'll work with that. Because honestly, it's too complicated for me. We'll start the last floor of the Abyss on some months, and maybe Theater, but those are not important. The Abyss I've always really struggled with. Oh, I can go there now, by the way. And I got Xiangling, and I think that's it through it on my other game. And I'll just do my best, and however far I go is however far I go. 10 primos per commission plus 20 when you finish it all. Okay, that's pretty good. Pretty good to know. Oh, of course, the one point I don't have. Well, what we're gonna do is this. It's more fun to have more characters. Yeah, but then it's a lot of work to level them. Through here or through here? No, we'll go. Yeah. And yeah, I know 12k is a lot, but I just didn't really use them. It's a new account, I'm pretty sure. They give you bonus luck on wishing. I know the first thing, you like guaranteed Noelle. Because they give you Barbara, and then you can get Noelle through the first wish. And the rest I don't know. Because on the other account I have Yanfei that I really like, and Ningguang. Who else do I play a lot? I don't know. Kaya, honestly. My main character is definitely Kaya. Was definitely Kaya for the longest time. And then Yanfei when I got her. Because Ningguang is also really good, but not for everything. Oh, that's gonna explode in my face. We're not gonna do that. Really? Please hit the barrel that is literally in the middle and huge.
Don't push your luck. Dodge this. This moment will be frozen in time.
I guess it did get him. Actually, we're gonna do the same with you. Come here. Meant better luck on 5 stars somewhere in the beginning. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, is the one of the hardest game to get to C6. Like all the ascension levels for him. Even harder than 5 stars. Ooh, or the constellation, I think you mean. I never did get one for him. So, yeah. My strategy is the same as in every game. It's hit harder than the enemy, so you can kill them before they kill you. Like, strategy is not a thing. There's another one flying around. Oh my god. Hello, Miss Catherine. It's been so long since we saw you. Like yesterday.
Thank you for completing today's commissions.
Cool. I don't know who that's for.
Ad Astra Abyssal.
The adventure ranks, I think we got more than one actually. For this one I need to do a quest, don't I? Oh no. You can just claim it. A wish, some stuff. Oh, what's this? Circlet of Logos, Crown of Parting. Okay, cool. The artifacts is also something I will look into eventually, but for now it's just a little complicated. Do I still have only 2 characters? Yes, I still do. This one is food, and this one is money, which we don't need right now. So we're just gonna do as usual. Nope. Okay. Amber, Kai, and Lisa are the hardest 3, because they never show on banners, and you can only have them from the standard banner, which nobody does, because everyone pulls normal banners. Okay. I really don't like playing Amber and Lisa, so that's not one of the things I'm gonna do. And for now, Kaya is the one I play the most, but if I get someone I like more, he'll get replaced. Cool. Okay, one thing I do want to do I think it's in here. This one? Yes. This one is finished. I want to finish this one, which is 10 blossoms and 1 artifact to level 4. So we're gonna pick a random one. Whoops, wrong key. Artifacts are a whole new level of help, but it only matters after level 45. Oh, like adventure level 45 or character level 45? Because that's a different thing. I have so many! I had like 5 for the longest time, and now I have a ton of them, so they're all like on the weakest ones. But I don't have any of the sets that are like useful to any of them. At least I don't think. Which ones are good for you? All the ones I don't have. What about the others? You, I checked yesterday and I didn't. Kaya, probably not. Yeah, no. Are those even useful for anyone? I don't think so. Barbara. Traveling doctor. Yeah, no. I think I'm just gonna improve hers, because it's the most useful thing to me. Hydro, and it's this one that I want. This we want as no. Sure. Adventuring 45. Oh. Why the feather? Feather has attacked his main stat, so level that whoever is your main DPS. Oh, so Kaya then. The good artifacts are only 4 or 5 stars. Healing or worthless. Okay. Well, I'm gonna trust you because my knowledge in that is 0. Kaya. Okay. I'm not gonna give him that. We're gonna give him that because that's useful to me. Don't care about Amber, sorry. I wonder if it has... No. It doesn't have the same thing where you can like merge 2 of them and they're the same. Is that if you can? Do I have that one? Probably not. Because it's not this one. Well, gonna stay. Oh, yeah, but I only have 1 of these. I don't have any other thing from the same set, I don't think. Oh, I do actually. Okay, that's on me. Critical rate when HP is below 70%, which is pretty much all the time. Yeah, but 2 are here, 1 is here, and 1 is here. So I can only give him 3. Okay, yeah. Definitely that one. I'm gonna give you this one. And this one. Artifacts do not have refine, only weapons. You already leveled the feather. The other one, you mean? This is too complicated. This is too close to making a spreadsheet. Which, I do like spreadsheets, but not to that kind of stuff. Is my stuff disconnected? Yes, okay. Good. Vacation I don't care about. Okay, I don't care about that. Why are you sending me emails about it? Whatever. Okay, honestly, I'm honestly just doing this for this achievement thingy. Yeah, that works. So I'm gonna read your explanation, but it's gonna melt my brain probably. Why do you say spreadsheet? Why singular say spreadsheets? Because that's the word in English, or because I would need multiple to understand how it works? I'm just looking what it unlocked, but no, this one is 23. Okay, we'll just do lily lines for a little bit. Plural. Oh my god. I'm not making multiple spreadsheets for this. I'm not. I'll take whatever looks best, and that's gonna just have to be the final result. Need many. Because I know right now, like, it gives you the suggestion for what's best for them. And usually I give them whatever, like if I have something from this set, I'll just give them as many as I can from a specific set. And then the rest I'll just fill it with whatever I have. And that's just what I do. However, if you do have a life, you're in luck, since there are other lifeless person who already did the hard work. Yeah, I'm not doing anything close to math. That's too complicated for me. I do not have the brain cells for that sort of stuff. And that's just how it is. I'm also not interested in making the game and the characters as efficient as possible. Like, I'll make them good to a certain point, but I won't go on the hunt for a very specific thing just because it would be better. Is that all of them? No, this one didn't burn. Oh, it's because the rain. Okay, I'm an idiot. Whatever. I'm sure it'll be fine. That was dumb. Okay, what are you doing? That was the wrong character.
Freeze. Don't push your luck.
Whoopsie. Oh, of course there's one of these.
Don't get frostbite.
Well, we're gonna use the range for our advantage. Because I hate these, and I wish they would all disappear. You have 5 pieces, and artifacts have sets. Each set gives you a bonus for 2 or 5 pieces, so you either will play with 4 of the same or 2 plus 2. Each piece has a main stat and 3 or 4 substats for 5 stars, because that's when artifact starts to really matter. You want the artifact set with main stats and substats your character needs, and every 4 levels you get a bonus to one of the substats. Yeah, okay. But if I have only a bunch of stuff that the game gave me, I'm guessing it's not the good ones that you want. Can I improve anyone? Yes, I can. Boop. There you go. I'm guessing I need some of these, which I can't get. You are max level. I'm gonna do you. Okay. Flower always has HP.
Seems all
as
the
a
other
main.
knights
Never
already have their
change.
hands full.
Featherweight always has attack. Whatever looks prettier gives you the most attack. Perfect. That's gonna be my strategy for the rest of time. Whatever looks good. Where is the next one? Oh, pretty close. Okay. I don't know exactly when they added these set suggestions, but I was very thankful they did because I was very lost before. And I just chose them randomly because there were so many.
Fortunate.
What time is it? Oh, it's only 4:30? Oh. I might get a snack then. Bam, a flower for me. Oops. There's another one which we're gonna get right now. Because I know I will get burned otherwise.
Dodge this. Freeze.
I'll protect us.
Cool it.
Nope. I thought he would have fallen already. Damn. It's crazy how much longer the Barbara thing lasted compared to the first time. Oh my god, there's another one.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Oh, pretty recently. I gotta go now. Wish I could stay longer and rant about artifacts and RNG and rolls for 3 more hours. I sadly have work. Good luck at work. I hope you have a really good day. Thank you for coming and giving me so much advice and explaining things to me even though it's really complicated. Have fun, enjoy the game. Good luck on your rolls. Yeah, I might do some today. I'm not sure. Yeah, for now I want to stockpile some gold because most of my characters are at a high level compared to what I can ascend them to, so... And I know I've ran out of gold earlier. Have a good day. Thank you so much for helping me and explaining.
Dodge this.
Even though it's really complicated.
Don't push your luck.
Let the show begin.
Freeze.
4 or 5 hours? I think I'll be in... Well, no, actually, I won't be in bed in 4 hours. I'm not that much of an elderly. But, oh. I need to draw this evening. Seriously? Seriously. It's seriously gonna go up there.
Freeze.
I hate you. Because I've been here. I've been through 3 hours. Okay. Which is a long time. Which is way longer than I did this morning. But it's just not as tiring to play instead of draw. Which is normal, but still surprises me. I don't know how Peachy does it when she does like 4 hours of drawing. Ouch. Because I would really struggle with that.
Dodge this.
Bam.
What's the hurry?
And only one left.
Cool it.
Goodbye. Thank you for the chest.
Fascinating.
And it's right here. Another mosquito has perished. Is it down there or is it across? Because I think it's across. I hope it's not down there. Okay, no. That would have been sad.
Go, go, Baron Bunny!
There's so many. This one caught. And this one. Okay.
Freeze!
You are dying first. I don't even care. Oh.
Dodge this! Don't get frostbite. What's the hurry? Freeze! With the wind!
Oh! It even took the big ones.
Wind blade!
I didn't think it would. Well, there's that.
Cool it! What's the hurry? This moment will be frozen in time.
Oops. Okay, yes, I do want to do that. But I also want to pick up all the things. That's 3 of those, and we're gonna do 3 of the other ones. Just to have some variety. We're gonna go through here. Let's hope it doesn't make me climb a cliff. No it doesn't. Oh yes it does. Oh well.
Freeze!
Where did you come from? The other side?
Cool it!
When we did those last week or yesterday? No, yesterday actually. They were level like 10. Will you come down? Okay, bye. And then we go get your chest and your chest. Very nice. Oh, it's the same guys. Imagine being a treasure hunter and then suddenly the world says, you are gonna be part of the magic, the local magic.
Dodge this!
And every adventure ever is gonna go after you.
Freeze! Disappear!
Did it pick up the fire? No, it didn't. Boring.
Yeah.
Where did you come from? Here? Yes, here. Okay. We're gonna do that first. And then no worries, I will come and kick your ass.
Wind blade.
Oh, I thought it would burst the barrel, but it didn't.
I'll keep this close.
Nice. Nothing in there. I'm going to get whatever those gave me. What is it? Yeah, the insignias. Because I'm always running out of those. For, I think it's for the Liyue characters that you need them. And I have run out of them before. Hello, please pick up the fire. Yes, it did. Wonderful. Love that for me. That wasn't fast enough.
Dodge this.
They all died? They did.
Cool it.
Like that.
Wind blade.
No, he was too far. Thank you for that. Love the wall slam. That was very nice.
Is this an answer from this world?
It is really not. Random event here. This? Those guys? That was useless. Probably those guys.
Freeze! Dodge this!
Go, Barbara, go!
Poor little ceiling. We didn't ask for anything.
Cool it.
I really like having Barbara against a lot of these pyro enemies. She's very efficient at that.
Wind blade.
Guess I could have jumped for that one. Is it just randomly here? Yes, it is. Okay.
I'll keep
Well,
this
it
close.
is now mine. And there's another one just down there. Cool. I have no idea how I get to this one. There's probably something. Yeah. Number 1 is here. Number 2 is here. Number 3 is here. Bam. Cool. Eventually I want to do all the things and like complete the area. Oh yeah, it's just straight ahead. Okay. Just do most of the chest, because here you can see the progression, and it's like, oh well, no, I thought it would give me details of like how if you've opened all the chests or if you've done all the things. It doesn't count them all from what I've seen. Right here? What is right? Oh, in there. Yes, right here. Cool. It doesn't count everything, but I'm probably not gonna do the whole map. Like everything. We will see. We are not fighting because I hate you. Oh, that was a Sealy origin. I forgot about that.
Let's dance.
Dodge this! Huh. Ah! Freeze!
Oh well, I'll be back for it later. There's one here, but I don't know where it is. One is up here. Is it above me? It's not above me. Don't those give a wind current when they die?
Dodge this!
Yes, they do, but it's a very small one. Oh, I thought it would be way bigger to get me up there, but no. Oh, for real?
I'll protect us.
Freeze! Don't get frostbite. Cool it. Wind blade.
No escape.
Oh, no. I hate that attack. And I hate how fast they move. Don't get too far from where you started, please.
Freeze!
So that I don't have to fight you twice because you are too far from the spawn point. I really appreciate that. Did he give anything? Yes, he did. Wonderful. How many points do I have left? 122? Okay. Good enough. Ouch. Does that not count as 10? Because I did a few yesterday as well. No. Wrong thing. 9 out of 10. Okay. We're gonna go do this one as well. Still not. Yes. Oh, there's a second one. Oopsie. Fall from your stupid tower so that I can hit you with my sword instead. Thank you for that. Okay, and there's you. You just came from the road, but we're gonna kill you as well. Okay, it apparently counted as one of them.
Is this an answer from this world?
Bam. Did that take all of them? Yes, it did. Nice. He survived by very little, but I got him.
Fascinating.
Nice. And the cabbage. Whatever this is. to make some more food. Is there something in here? Well, there's this, but I don't know if I can climb those. I think that's gonna be rather difficult. Oh. Cool.
I'll keep this close.
Need some food. And for the rest...
Let the show begin.
It can't be that hard to climb, can it? I say with hope. And no idea if it actually is hard to climb. Yeah, I should have expected that. Because those are too big for me to go around. But maybe from this side it's easier. This one is the same. Well, might as well try. I want the Sealy that's on top. I want all the Sealies as a general rule, but this specific one. Please tell me you can do it. Okay, looks like it works on this side. Not an impossible one. I like that. Some of them I really struggled to climb. Okay, where are we going now? Oof.
Is this an answer from this world?
I don't think so. And another mosquito. One less.
I'll keep this close.
And the ley line should be right there. Oh, down? Why are you alone here? You're not going to live there long. Didn't the other one notice me?
Windblade.
Nope, he didn't. Well, just as well. Okay. For that one, that will mean number 10.
Freeze! Dodge this! With the wind!
Oh. I thought it was going in the other direction. I was wasted completely.
Windblade!
Okay, if you could move and not just stay there and watch them, that would be pretty cool.
Freeze!
Okay,
What's the
please
hurt?
don't do that again.
So sorry. Cool it.
And that's number 10. Done. Okay. Which means we've completed chapter 3 of the experience process. And we get a flower of life, some experience, Mora, and primals. Cool. That's 3 complete, and I have all of those. For this one, 6 artifacts. Upgrade the statue of level 7 to level 6. Unlock a shrine. Can we see the shrines on the map? I don't think we can. But what we're gonna do, first of all, is go here and see if we have anything to give. Thank you for that. We have 5? Oh, cool. We get stamina, which is very good. Okay, we're at level 5, so if we find a few more, we can get to level 6.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
I think doing more of Stormterror's lair, the area, would be good for finding them. The Sealies. Strike an opponent's weak point from afar with an aimed shot. That was completely on accident. The Falcon mid-flight. That's gonna be hard. Strike an opponent's weak point from extremely far away. Okay. Guess we gotta do more sniper activities. Because this area, I haven't done a lot of stuff. We're gonna start here. And see what I can find. But first, I'm gonna go and get myself a snack. And probably some more water. Alright. I'm back. No idea what I was doing before, but that's fine. Oh yeah, right. Very, very good memory, very good awareness of what I'm doing, where I'm going with all of this, all of that. I saw my beautiful cake hanging out on the kitchen counter, and I can't do anything with it. Because I said this morning, oh, I'm gonna make the frosting during lunchtime, so it's ready for this evening, and that was an idea for sure. I just forgotten then the reason I didn't do it yesterday is because I don't have the ingredients for it. It needs yogurt and I didn't have it. Are you just gonna hang out here? But I sent my partner... Freeze. Oh, seriously. On a grocery shopping mission this evening after they leave work. So I will be getting yogurt very soon. It was inefficient as hell. Okay, there's a chest somewhere around here. Oh, there's a ceiling. I love the ceilings. Oh, of course.
What's the hurry?
Hope you don't live up there. Of course it's gonna stop up there. I wouldn't go anywhere else. I like the music, it's very soothing. One more.
Fascinating.
Alright, you are done first. Because I hate you. Give me something? No, just Mara. Oh, that's already pretty good.
A reward on the road.
Can we make more food? Because that would probably be pretty good. We can't make any of the incomplete dishes, but... we can make some of that, or we're just gonna make some of these. We're gonna make sugar with those. Because I'm gonna do more recipes with sugar. Better I have some. This one I don't have. And this one I have some. Okay. And this, I guess. Okay. Something here. Oh, it's gonna be... I know what it's gonna be. It's gonna create a wind current. And then with said wind current, I'm gonna have to go somewhere. Yeah, that's gonna be something. Okay. Oh my god. I can... oh, maybe... if this thing doesn't kill me, maybe I can make it to the top? There's no way. Okay, whatever. Wow. That's great. it didn't even touch him, I guess? No, it didn't. Okay.
Let it rain.
Cool. That means I have to go all the way back up. Oh, I'll do that later. I'm not coming. There's probably stuff to do here. Or maybe it's just a pretty area. I don't know. Crystal core. I don't know what you do with that, but cool.
Freeze!
No. Oh, and there's a hole in there. I really need a character that can do these faster, because that's really annoying. Okay, well maybe it's just pretty. Oh, it's still here. Well, at least it will be somewhat easy to find. Will this take me all the way back up? Maybe. Please wait until I've made it to go away. Oh, really? It's just across, but it's also really far, and I'm gonna go way down. Oh, it's probably going here? Nope, it's not. Thanks for that.
A reward on the road.
Okay. Let's go try again. And hopefully not fail miserably this time. Good. Wonderful. A win. I can probably get enough of them to complete the statue, well, to raise the level of the statue while I'm here. No, didn't even die. So I'm gonna try to do that. Ouch. Not cool. Ha. Idiot.
Is this
hiding in
an
the tree
answer from this world?
Those better be useful. Something over here. Down there?
this an answer from this world?
Where I was just a second ago. Oh. Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay, good to know that can stop them when they're charging at you. Finding out so many new things today.
Answer from this world?
Okay, so I want to go up here. See if there's anything. Actually, we do have a quest. Yes, it's this. We need... No. Go ahead and check for crystal ore in Stormterror. Oh, they have specific locations? Okay. Well, we'll get to them eventually.
Cool it.
So this is where we were just earlier when I started playing today. Okay, no, that's huge.
What's the
After we completed the puzzle yesterday. Is this... No, I can't go. Do we have the level for these trials? A lot of them are very hard.
Dodge this.
Okay, great. If you could aim at the right one, that would be great.
Cool it. This moment will be frozen in time.
There's 3 of them?
Don't push your
oh
luck.
My god, no, I can't do. Ouch. Well, who's the other one? Those 2? Oh. I can never manage those because I don't know how to get them out of the ground. Actually, I probably have... What is it? The handbook, maybe? Easy. Okay, it's easy, but still, like the big ones. What was it?
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
The whole thing that I saw. What category was it in? No, that's not what I want. In here? There isn't something about them.
Seems all the other knights already have their hands full.
Okay, whatever. We'll come back for that. 300. 176, we'll do that one first.
Freeze!
The goal when I have a careless character that has like aiming is that I can just do these really easily. Because even if they're a little far, you can still get them. Okay. Why is there something right here? Oh. Because the blue dot isn't on the map. Okay. I'm gonna have to break all of those. Oh, come on.
Dodge this.
I'm not supposed to take them? Okay, good, because that's gonna take a million years.
Freeze.
Yeah, okay, he died. Ooh, cool. Very nice.
How fortunate.
There's one here? Oh. Okay. Lots of flowers, which I'm definitely getting. I've had to hunt these down before. There's a ton in this area, and I would just like walk around and get them all from all the spots. Isn't that where I was earlier? It probably is. Up here? Yeah, up here. Can I climb this? Probably? Let's see. If I will fall to the floor miserably. No! Wonderful. Okay, get some of your energy back. This one should be doable. Nice. One more. There's a camp over there, but I don't think they have anything, so I might have already gotten it on the way yesterday. Which is pretty nice. There's something here. Isn't that for fishing? That looks like fishing. Oops. I meant to jump, but that didn't happen. Yeah, that's a fishing spot, but I can't fish right now. I don't know when they give it to you. I would have thought by now I would be able to, but I don't think so. Maybe Liyue? Oh, or it might be, no, it's a Mondstadt quest. Because we were talking about Klee earlier. And there's like a whole thing with fishing with bombs. And a fish invasion or something. Let me guess, it's on the complete other side. Yeah. Well, I'll just go around. See what I can find on the floor here. What time is it? 5:15. Oh, already. Okay, down. There has to be something here. There's two of them. There's probably more. Take your the most amount of time you can to notice me. I'm sure that's a very useful thing to do.
Wind blade.
Are you just running in circles? Because that's what it looks like.
Wind blade.
Oh, it was just those two? Those two don't count? Okay.
Is this an answer from this world?
There's a rune guard as well? Oh man. It might be a bit strong. Better hope it doesn't see us. think they're a really cool enemy, but I've fought so many of them. Okay, that's the way, so I don't have to do that. What's this one? Oh, first. So I don't die.
Windblade! Disappear!
It's not gonna work. I thought we would. Oh, this one still has so much life.
Don't get frostbite.
I think I don't have the characters I would like to have for this kind of challenge. And the time is very short. I think they might get longer when my world level increases. Because the enemies are stronger. Okay, first of all, you.
Dodge this.
That was inefficient.
Cool it.
Don't push your luck. Freeze.
Cool it.
Freeze.
I'll protect us.
Dodge this.
Oh, seriously? Even Amber does so little damage.
Is this an answer from this world?
Wait, wasn't there? There was stuff up here. I thought I saw a Sealy. I probably did and I forgot where it is. Which happens often. There's these here. Oh, the ceiling's right here. Okay. It doesn't work from the front. Gotta do it from the side. Okay.
Is this an answer from this world?
Where are your friends? On the floor somewhere? That would be a weird thing to do. Seriously? I guess I should have expected that. Whoops. Didn't think that would happen. Still more higher at the very top. Okay, for a ceiling court right next to it.
I'll keep this close.
But that's one more. Nope. just gonna go to this and maybe finish the quest, and then I'll be done. Because I have been here for 4 hours, and I have other things I need to do. Are you guys guarding something? Apparently not.
What's the hurry?
Quite the find.
I didn't think that the quest would be to just go and look at places. I thought it would be to bring back a certain amount. But I think it's after that on the map it shows where you can get some ore. Which is very useful. A chest all by its lonesome.
Quite the find.
Oh, okay, it counts as me having seen it. Give the crystal chunks to Viper. Do I have any? I guess since I mined some earlier it counts. We're gonna see. And then that'll be all for me for today. I'm gonna go back to my pages. Or maybe my work if they've added stuff. And fixed the problems. I don't know. Hello, I brought you the stuff. I have it right here. Crystal ores don't actually look half bad. Here's your payment, take it for your trouble. So this means that the storm around Stormterror's lair has indeed dispersed. I should make some time to go there myself soon. No? Okay. And I got 12 crystals that we're gonna give right back to him to make into these crystals. Give me 7. That's not very many, but okay. Oh, didn't I get some weapons at some point? I get a very cool new bow that I'm gonna give to Amber. Obviously. And that I'm gonna improve so she can do a little bit more damage. Not that she does that much, but 86, 99. Okay, much better. I need stuff for these two as well, some catalysts, because they can't work on these. This one we had already. Those are just basic. Okay, so we only got this. I thought we got more stuff, but no. I can't wait to have the teapot. That's in a long time as well. Whoopsie. Wrong key. And that was, ooh, enhance the Favonius Warbow to level 20. Thank you for that. Oh, I need to do the elemental trials as well. Ascend characters, Hydra and Electro. So for these two, I need to ascend Lisa and Barbara, and I'll be done. And these are quote-unquote trials, but really they're tutorials where they teach you to use some reactions, and you have like to trigger a certain amount of them. And this I don't have. Okay. That's not a lot of stuff left, so for these two I need some materials. Actually, maybe I can do Barbara right now. Nope.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
Okay, well that's gonna wait a little bit then. Alright, well, that's gonna be all from me for today. Thank you very much to everyone who came to hang out and watch me. I hope you had a good time, and that I will maybe see you again next week for more. I'm not sure what days I'll be streaming Genshin next week. On Wednesday for sure, but on Thursday I don't know. And for this weekend I'm not streaming, that's for sure. So yes, I announce my schedule on Blue Sky and TikTok, usually on Mondays, sometimes on Tuesdays when I forget, but yeah, if you want to see that ahead of time. Let's see if there is anyone playing that I can raid. Love doing that. Playing Genshin. Deck. Oh, there's someone playing in Sumeru. That looks very fun. Let's go. Until then, goodbye.